remember the victims of the tragic event in Nova Scotia and all of those people who have suffered through this COVID-19 crisis and their families. Please feel free to join me. Thank you. We are currently located on the land which has long served as a site of the meeting and exchange among the Mississauga peoples, and it is the traditional treaty and territory of the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation. We honor and recognize and respect this nation and its Indigenous people as the traditional stewards of the lands and waters on which we meet today. Mr. Clerk, could you do a roll call, please?
Yes. Councillor Anderson?
Yes.
Councillor Anderson?
Yes.
Councillor Ash?
Present.
Councillor Barton?
Yeah.
Present.
Councillor Beth Haddon?
Present.
Councillor Brenner?
Present.
Councillor Carter?
Present.
Councillor Chapman?
Present.
Councillor Collier?
Present.
Councillor Crawford?
Present.
Councillor Dyes? Not present. Councillor Drew?
Present.
Councillor Foster?
Present.
Councillor Hyatt?
Present.
Councillor Kerr? I saw an email from him, so I believe he is present. I'll mark him as that. Councillor Leahy?
Present.
Councillor Lee?
Present.
Councillor Mayor Pietri?
Gifted.
Councillor McLean?
Present.
Councillor Mitchell?
Present.
Councillor Mulcahy?
Present.
Councillor John Neal?
Present.
Councillor Joe Neal?
I'm here, and I think Councillor Dyes had checked in earlier. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to bring a point of order at the end, Joe.
All right, we will mark Councillor Dyes as present. Councillor Nicholson?
Present.
Councillor Pickles?
Present.
Councillor Roy?
Present.
Councillor Smith? Councillor Smith, I heard you earlier, so I'm marking you as present. Councillor Watton?
Present.
Councillor Yamada?
Present.
And Regional Chair Henry is present also.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Members of council, declarations of interest?
Bobby Drew, yes, I have a conflict on in-camera item 2020 COW9. My son is an employee of the region.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any?
I also have a conflict. Sorry, this is Mayor Beth Haddon. Ditto to exactly what Bobby said, as I have a family member who also works for the region.
Okay. Is there Mayor Carter?
Guthrie?
Oh, sorry.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I need to declare on two items today, sir. CC-07, which is entitled BIA Supports Business Improvement Association, and CC-08, letter BIA support, financial support from the City of Oshawa, in the notice of motion in regards to financial assistance, BIA. Make these declarations as I am a paying member of the BIA and own property within the boundary of the BIA. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mayor Pietri?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have two declarations. Communications CC-07, correspondence from Durham Region Business Improvement Association, as well as notice of motion, item 9, notice of motion 9.1, immediate financial assistance to relieve regional business improvement area, both as my spouse owns and operates a business with property which contribute to the BIA levies.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other?
Mr. Chair, Councillor Roy, and I'm the same as Councillor Drew with relation to a family member.
Okay, thank you. Hearing no other declarations, I'm going to ask the clerk to explain the rules for today.
Chairman, the rules for engagement are the same as we've had in the past. Just want to remind members that if you can, put your phone on mute, you're finished speaking, but stay on the line. If you cannot mute your phone, please ensure that there's no background noise. And when you're speaking, if you could ensure that papers aren't rustling, it would be greatly appreciated. In addition, we do have a confidential item. And if it is necessary to go into closed session, members of council are reminded that confidentiality must be maintained. Do not share the link or phone number to join the meeting. If the meeting goes in camera, ensure that you have privacy while you are attending the meetings. I would also ask that those members that have declared interest in one specific item, if we were to go into closed session on that item, we would ask that you exit the meeting. A delegate will be attending the meeting electronically this morning, and he'll be connected via call from the meeting organizer when it's their turn to join the meeting. And they will be removed from the meeting when their delegation, including any question and answer session, is completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. A call for announcements. Councillor John Neal.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to announce that there's some good news in all this. General Motors of Canada Limited in Oshawa is going to start producing up to 1 million face masks per month at its facility in Oshawa, Ontario. That's what the company announced on Friday. Now, the company will convert portions of the facility to manufacture these masks, and I guess it's going to be similar to the parent company that was able to hammer out a system like that down in Michigan and the facilities down there. So I'm really happy about this, and I'm especially happy that the citizens of Oshawa and the citizens of the region of Durham are able to contribute to this shortage of PPE to our residents, to our frontline workers, locally, nationally, and globally. It's needed, and I'm really happy to say that it's going to be manufactured here in Canada, and that's the way things should be done, and we'll continue to hopefully do so, and bigger things should be done down there as well, I am hoping. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Henry. I just wanted to wish Ramadan Mubarak to Muslims all over the Durham region and all over Canada and the world who will be celebrating effective April 23rd for the month. Obviously, in the time of social distancing, it'll be incredibly difficult to celebrate with family. But regardless, I just want to let all the Muslims in the region know that our thoughts are with them. And more importantly, I just want to make a special Ajax announcement that through the efforts of Mayor Collier and my local counterpart, Ashmead Khan, our local Masjid Kuba will be doing a call for prayers at sundown for the rest of the month. So a nice little small thing that, especially if you live in Ward 2, you are able to hear and celebrate and break fast. So Ramadan Mubarak to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marin Pietri.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make an announcement to thank all the frontline workers that have been helping serve our community during the COVID crisis, be they in healthcare or those who are providing assistance in other means or delivering product, or essentially on the front line at grocery stores. I really want to thank everyone in our community for what they're doing. I know that our Health and Social Services Department has been instrumental in ensuring that our community is served in the homes for the aged. Lakeridge Health has been, with its doctors and nurses, doing the same and more, essentially, for those who have had emerging needs. And I want to make note specifically about the folks in Works who continue to operate and ensure that our water and our wastewater, our roads, our our signaling, everything that we may take for granted continues to operate. So on behalf of everyone, I want to thank those who continue to serve and to help us, make our daily lives a little bit more, I guess, normal than what we would expect under different times. And hopefully, as things move forward with their help, their continued help, and the efforts made by regional employees in general on the front line, we can restore what we hope to be normal circumstances in the days, weeks, months, and hopefully time to follow under your leadership, Mr. Chair. So thank you very much for the opportunity to thank Health and Social Services and Works, as well as all regional staff, and especially frontline workers throughout the community in the region of Durham.
Thank you. Mayor Collier.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, staff. And good morning, colleagues. And thank you, Council Lee, for doing the one of the announcements I had, which is the call to prayer. It's a very small concession, but it has very, very big meaning for our large Muslim community. So Ramadan Mubarak to everyone. To the my other announcement, last Saturday, as everybody knows, we had to cancel a number of galas. I had to cancel the Jets Mayor's Gala, but we did hold an online interactive event on Saturday night at 7 p.m. Thank you to Mayor Don Mitchell and Deputy Mayor Kevin Nash, who guest appearance with me, and together we raised well in excess of $100,000 going into 4 main local charities that affect all of Durham, being Feed the Need, Community Care Durham, Durham Children's Aid, and Horizon House. So thank you everyone for your generosity. We don't know the actual number yet because you can still text Ajax Cares, one word, to 20222, and each time you text that, it will donate $20 toward those 4 great causes. So that is still open till the end of the month, till the 30th. So I would just like to ask everybody to please continue to be generous, and we're doing some great work here in the region. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mulcahy.
Thank you, Chair Henry. I just would like to send a thank you out to our caremongers. I don't know how familiar all of you are with what is happening locally in Whitby and across the region. We have groups of volunteers that are stepping forward in organized ways to supply those that are sheltering at home, that are in isolation, with groceries, medicine, rides to doctor's appointments. It's really quite remarkable, and what those volunteers are doing is something that we've never seen mobilized so quickly before. And in a few short weeks, they have managed to help thousands of people. They've managed to stock the shelves in the food banks locally. They have managed to raise money for families identified through the Durham District School Board that are in need of grocery gift certificates. So I just wanted to make sure that we're all aware of these individual volunteers that are just stepping forward to do what they can in a very unprecedented time of need. So thank you to caremongers.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Chair Henry. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I've had some technical difficulties, but hopefully I'm on the way. I'd certainly like to echo my colleagues' comments about our frontline workers and caremongers. However, there is a large group of unsung heroes operating and providing services in Oshawa, and I really would like them to get a shout out this morning. These people are, in some cases, providing meals 7 days a week to our unsheltered and perilously housed residents, and not only in Oshawa, but we have residents arriving for meals from Whitby and Clarington as well. And I hope I don't miss out anybody, but they deserve to be recognized. The Backdoor Mission certainly has gone to 7 days of meals and showers. The Life Network operating out of Memorial Park, 7 days of meals. Gate 316, the Refuge, the First Life Foundation Church, the Salvation Army, and of course, Feed the Need Durham. And a shout out to the ones in Ajax that are doing this as well. They are maintaining proper social distancing, and these organizations are in need of especially financial support, because they can then perhaps pick up foodstuffs and such at a discount. So to bring the full price materials is certainly welcomed, but if you provide a financial donation, then they can use that money to even greater service. So on behalf of those organizations who are giving tirelessly of their time 7 days a week, thank you, thank you, thank you. You're doing an incredible job. And Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Is there any other member of council wishing to or has an announcement?
Brenner.
Councillor Brenner?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd also like to just recognize the work that is being carried on both in the Ajax Pickering area by the Durham caremongers. But in addition to that, I really want to shout out to our Pickering Public Library, which I'm very proud to be the vice chair, that they have taken on a lead role to facilitate, and by doing this have also connected with Canada Sews. And we've been working together to be able to get cloth masks out to our volunteers all across Ajax and Pickering, including some of the churches, our food banks, and a team of well over 250 volunteers that actually have delivered well over 25,000 information flyers in the city of Pickering and outreached into the town of Ajax as well. And our public library has been doing an amazing job, along with the staff in the city of Pickering, through our recreation department under the leadership of Marissa Carpino. And it really does go to show how well our municipalities at the lower tier, working collectively, can partner to get the necessary information out and to really rise to the challenge when we have these unprecedented emergencies.
Thank you. Mayor Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as I'm hearing these announcements about all the wonderful things that are happening throughout Durham region and the individual municipalities, it warms your heart at how the community pulls together. And I'm not going to repeat all of the volunteer groups. We've got several in Scugog Township as well, but it really does warm your heart. We truly live in a beautiful area of Ontario. I also wanted to mention that Friday is Doctor's Day, and this year in particular, I think it would be appropriate to really celebrate all of the wonderful things and the extra miles that these doctors go. And 9 o'clock at night, they're asking that we shine a light just for a moment. And our municipal office will be lighting up our tree in front of the municipal office for Friday night at 9 o'clock. So I urge you all to do something similar. And certainly the residents just step out on your front door and shine a light for a moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to mention that the town of Ajax released some funds. We called it the COVID-19 Response Fund. And we had 25 responses before the submission time was closed. And we were able to help out 8 organizations, anywhere from the sum of $2,000 to $4,000. And we were really pleased that we were able to help these organizations out.
Thank you. Councillor Yamada.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everyone. This is a little bit that the town of Whitby is doing to help truck drivers impacted by the pandemic. We've opened a temporary truck driver rest stop at Iroquois Park Center. This is our effort to support drivers who've been impacted by the closure of facilities due to COVID-19. I think it's helping. I've talked to staff. It's being used to provide a place for short and long-term drivers as they travel across Ontario, delivering those vital supplies that we're relying on to get through this pandemic. So this is just something that we're doing to support our drivers and or truck drivers across Ontario and to make sure things are a little easier for them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council wishing to have an announcement? Seeing none, I will finish up. You know, it's amazing. April 19th to April 25th is National Volunteer Week in Canada, and there are 13 million Canadians that volunteer from coast to coast to coast. And we're very fortunate in Durham that we have a number of volunteers that continue to come out and work through the entire region. So really a big round of applause is deserved for them. And when you see them, take the opportunity to say thank you. I also want to thank Simon Gill, our Director of Economic Development, and his team. I'm not sure if you're aware, but they were able to work with the Oshawa Music Awards and take them onto the internet and did an amazing event that took place. And to him and his team, I want to say thank you. Now I'd like to move on to section 5. 5.1 is a presentation by Elaine Baxter-Traherne, Chief Administrative Officer, and Dr. Robert Kyle, Commissioner and Medical Officer of Health, and Stello Danis Papaconstantino, Commissioner of Social Services, the COVID-19 update. When you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can everybody hear me? So if you could go to your presentation, I'll start on slide 2. Today, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we're doing to manage the COVID crisis within the region. You'll get an update from Public Health and Social Services, and I'll conclude by giving you a brief update on how we're preparing for the recovery. So we'll start with how the region is responding to COVID-19. Obviously, the public health and safety is our #1 priority. So our Emergency Operations Center is fully operational. We are supporting Durham residents and businesses in a number of ways. We've suspended water and sewer late bill payment charges, collection notifications and shutoffs for non-payments. We've temporarily suspended transit fare collections. We've provided free emergency childcare for frontline workers 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We currently have 7 locations and are serving over 140 children. We've expanded access to emergency assistance under Ontario Works, and we've provided emergency support for unsheltered residents. And this is to ensure that we're able to maintain physical distancing within the shelter system. I'll go now to slide 3. We're also supporting Durham residents and business by making interest-free loans available to the Chambers of Commerce and Boards of Trade. You'll remember you approved this at the last council meeting, and that is to support businesses so that the Chambers can assist businesses in accessing federal and provincial funds available to address the impacts of COVID-19. We've also advanced payment to the local housing providers to assist them with cash flow, and we've adjusted tax levy payments from local municipalities to support an interest-free grace period, and we continue to work with the local municipalities on tax collection, recognizing that the challenge continues. We've also proposed a waiver of indexing of development charges, which is before you today. The next slide, slide 4, gives you a sense of some of the service impacts in the region. We continue to deliver all essential services. Transit is the biggest impacted service, with ridership down by 73%. However, the number of staff has reduced slightly, but remains reasonably constant given the need for social distancing within the buses. Ontario Works applications are up by 7%, but we do expect this to increase as we come out of the emergency. The Durham Regional Police Services calls to their call center have increased by 14%, and in public health, no surprise, but the call volumes there have increased by 1,000%. In solid waste, we see curbside, green bin, and blue box processing increasing by 10 to 15% as most people are now working from home. And in planning, we continue to review and approve applications. They're up to 21% of the annual portion, and that is so that we can ensure that when we come out of this crisis, projects are ready to hit the ground and create employment. I'll now go to slide 5, and this is to give you an update on where we are with staffing in the region. 4,200 staff are working on critical services, and this includes Ontario Works, childcare, homelessness, long-term care, public health, paramedic services, and a variety of works functions in water, sewer, solid waste, and roads. And of course, all of these essential services are supported by the important work of corporate services and the finance department to keep the business running. 467 staff have been redeployed to where service is mostly needed, and the priority areas here are definitely public health and long-term care. 30 priority 2 and 3 projects have been suspended temporarily to ensure that we're able to manage the emergency. These services would include non-essential hiring, meeting of advisory committees, and water meter replacement. Over 1,600 staff are working remotely, and more than 300 staff have been hired to support the immediate needs of public health and long-term care and works. And I should point out that these staff have been hired for the emergency only. The regional call center, like the other call centers I mentioned, has the call volume that's increased to 70,000 over 3 months. And 384 of our staff are currently off without pay. 76 of these without pay are on using their time banks, and 76 of these are related to the COVID situation. We continue to work with unions as the crisis continues to ensure that we work together to address any employment issues. The next slide, slide number 6, talks about the financial impact on the region. The previous slides have outlined how we've responded. In general terms, by the end of May, it is estimated that the region will have cost as a result of lost revenue or any increased expenses of between $15 and $20 million. It's important to note that we're tracking this daily and that the estimate is based on the information currently available. We'll certainly continue to give council updates on a regular basis. And these estimates should be considered preliminary at this point in time. Some of the key impacts, you'll see transit is a major impact. As I have to say, it is across southern Ontario. I had a meeting with the regional and single-tier CAOs last week, and all are being significantly hit by transit, largely because the system is not charging for service. Their increased costs were lost revenue as a result of the free travel and increased PPE costs. Health also, it's the key impact is for PPE, additional medical supplies, and incremental staffing costs in public health and paramedics. Social services, the costs include lost revenue as a result of the childcare regular service being closed at this time. There's a decrease in resident revenue in the long-term care homes. There are additional staffing costs and additional need for medical supplies, PPE, and cleaning supplies. The police, it's a similar story. There's a lost revenue lost revenue related to false alarm fees and increased costs as a result of PPE, cleaning, and medical supplies. Work's the most significant increase relates to solid waste management, and we're encouraging all those families that are madly doing spring cleanings while they're home to keep their recyclables until the crisis is over so that we can properly manage them. Planning and economic development have had minor impacts and are working as usual. Corporately, the primary impact is some increased costs, but also lost revenue as a result of very low interest rates across the province. The region is actively monitoring and managing these costs. I will be meeting with commissioners on Monday, and we will be looking at what we can do for cost containment, as costs are expected to continue through the summer. And we'll certainly be reporting back to you on this. And the Finance Department is working in very close cooperation with all regional departments in reviewing funds available to the region, costs to the region, and working with the local municipalities. The next slide is just a summary of what you probably heard earlier in the week, and that is the FCM request to the federal government for $10 billion in emergency operating funding. And this includes $7.6 billion in direct federal allocations to all municipalities and $2.4 billion for those municipalities with transit systems. And it would be supplemented with additional funds for municipal facing extraordinary challenges to support isolation and good health in vulnerable populations. I'm now going to turn it over to Dr. Kyle, who will review new information in the health department. The Commissioner of Social Services will do likewise with her department, and then I will conclude with a brief overview of our recovery strategy. So over to you, Dr. Kyle.
Good morning. If I could have the next slide. Yeah, so Elaine touched upon some of our metrics. I should say that in the next 3 slides, the metrics are current as of 2 days ago, and they have been updated. As you heard, our call volume is at about 40,000 calls, and this is 10 times the normal. As of today, we have 10 current outbreaks, and 5 outbreaks have concluded. We've conducted over 585 investigations, for example, with respect to priority populations, just under 300 follow-ups with long-term care homes and retirement homes. We're unable to pull out COVID-related calls for paramedic services, but generally, as of April 25th, just over 17,000 calls to paramedic services to date, and this has resulted in over 10,000 patient transports to hospital. Next slide. Again, as of April 27th, these are the metrics with respect to cases and deaths, including those in long-term care homes. If you go to the data tracker, durham.ca/COVID cases, you will note that we're over 900 cases, and the numbers of deaths have increased somewhat as well. Next slide, please. The Chief Medical Officer of Health has noted that the data suggests that Ontario is moving past the peak of COVID-19 infection. In Durham, the data are supporting movement past the peak, with the number of new cases reported decreasing in the community. I think the key metrics on our data tracker, are the number of new cases from the previous day. And if you scroll down to the graphs, the 2 key graphs are the number of new cases based on date of reporting and based on onset of illness. And generally speaking, there are daily fluctuations, but the numbers are pointing in the right direction. And of course, that's important because not only in Durham, but in Ontario as a whole, as the curve decreases, then that provides a rationale both for opening up, if you will, the healthcare system as well as the economy. And I would point, however, that in Durham region, even though we have a smattering of community transmission, most of the action is in long-term care homes and retirement homes. So that's it for me, and I'll turn the deck over to Stella. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Can we please go to slide 13? I appreciate this opportunity to provide an update on the Social Services COVID-19 response. Social services staff across all divisions continue to be committed to supporting our community through this crisis. As an essential service during this time, we are working together to be responsive to the rapidly evolving community needs. Over the last few weeks, there have been increased measures in our 4 long-term care homes. To date, only one of these homes has had residents that tested positive to COVID-19, and that is Hillsdale Terraces. All residents at Hillsdale Terraces have now been swabbed. Currently, 29 residents have tested positive, and of these, 23 have resolved. Sadly, there have been 13 deaths, with the last death on April the 16th. Our thoughts and condolences go out to the residents and families during this very difficult time. We do not have any residents who have tested positive for COVID-19 at Fairview Lodge, Lakeview Manor, or Hillsdale Estates. With respect to our staff at Hillsdale Terraces, today we have 18 staff who have tested positive, and of those, 4 have resolved, and we're still awaiting test results for the remaining staff. At Lakeview Manor, we had 1 staff who was COVID positive, but this has since resolved. And at Fairview Lodge, we do have 1 staff who has tested positive, and this is not resolved. The new protocol has been implemented, and long-term care is now swabbing all new hires, and they must be negative prior to starting the first shift at the home. Further to these increased testing measures, Lake Ridge Health's Infection Prevention and Control Team, IPAC, has just completed an assessment in Fairview Lodge, Lakeview Manor, and Hillsdale Terraces to determine if anything more can be done to help protect residents and staff. Recommendations from these assessments are being actioned into a work plan for full implementation. Over the last several weeks, 300 positions have been filled within our long-term care homes for positions such as registered nurses, food services aides, personal support workers, and others. Directives from the Ministries of Long-Term Care and Health continue to be fully implemented, including the most recently announced enhanced measures of cohorting long-term care staff. This means that staff are not permitted to work outside of their assigned units. While challenging to operations, this will be very helpful to reducing COVID transfers and/or outbreaks. The region has opened 7 emergency child care centers across Durham and has received 200 applications. There are currently 167 children in emergency child care, 70 of which are in the licensed home child care program. Eligibility for emergency child care has been expanded by the province of Ontario to include parents working with vulnerable communities, such as shelters, anti-human trafficking supports, and child welfare. Financial assistance to individuals and families related to COVID-19 is provided through Ontario Works and includes discretionary benefits and emergency assistance. As mentioned by our CAO a few minutes ago, Ontario Works applications are up by 7% and caseloads have increased by 5% from the same time last year. The Ontario Works program has issued just under 3,000 COVID-19 discretionary benefits. To qualify for this benefit, a needs assessment is completed to determine costs related to COVID-19. For example, hand sanitizer, increased costs for cleaning supplies, and the additional food required with children home from school. Access to emergency assistance is for those in financial crisis who have no access to other supports, including those who are waiting for support from the federal government to become available, for example, the Canada Emergency Response Benefit or employment insurance. This funding will help to cover needs such as food, rent, medicine, transportation, and other services during this public health crisis. To date, our office has had 272 emergency assistance applications. In addition, the province has released a reloadable payment card. This newly instituted process will make receiving needed funds easier and faster for our Ontario Works clients who do not have access to bank accounts and will provide greater business efficiencies. We will begin implementing this first phase for May 1st eligibility. Also available is the Canada Ontario Housing Benefit. This is a portable housing benefit that is available to provide low-income households the ability to pay housing costs. Unlike other forms of housing assistance, the portable housing benefit is tied to the household rather than the physical housing unit, allowing the benefit to move with the household. Provincially delivered, the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit is a joint $1.46 billion federal provincial housing allowance program providing an income-tested portable housing benefit payment. Commitment for funding for Durham is $1.13 million for 2020-21, an additional $352,000 in 2021-22. It has commenced on April the 1st and will benefit approximately 130 households, with currently 124 applications having been sent out to eligible households. It's important to note that 254 households who receive the current portable housing benefit special priority will automatically be transitioned to this new benefit above the region's allocation. Slide 14, please. While COVID-19 is a global pandemic impacting all of us, it is particularly hard-hitting to our vulnerable sectors, including individuals who do not have a permanent home, live in a transient lifestyle, and for those experiencing mental health challenges. We have homeless residents living in Durham who need our help during this crisis. The Durham Advisory Committee on Homelessness, DAC, is acting as Durham's COVID-19 Homelessness Response Network for planning operations and service delivery to support this vulnerable population. The COVID-19 Homelessness Response Network comes together weekly to identify, prioritize, and respond to urgent organizational and community needs in response to COVID-19. Through this network and working with our local municipalities and community partners, there have been hubs established to provide needed health information related to COVID-19, mental health and addiction support, meals, and hygiene stations. To further support the homeless shelter response, increase physical distancing, and support social distancing within the shelter system, Camp Samak is opening one of its sleeping lodges, Kichi Lodge, on May the 1st, 2020. This temporary response is unprecedented and in direct response to COVID-19. Our priority is to ensure that homeless residents in Durham can have access to appropriate physical distancing and be supported to maintain physical distancing during the pandemic to reduce community spread both within this population and the Durham community at large. This is not an isolation site for those testing positive for COVID-19, as I had mentioned in the last Regional Council meeting. First Light Foundation of Hope and Christian Faith Outreach Center are moving their warming center programming to Camp Samak and will be co-leading this project. They will have staff on site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to provide supervision and support. Additional security will be on site 24/7 to ensure residents remain within the allowable boundary. Sleeping space will be provided for up to 40 residents. There will be staff on site at all times as well as additional security guards to monitor the grounds. Durham Regional Police are also providing enhanced support to the site. Residents will have access to the sleeping lodge and to the outdoor area directly attached to the lodge. Residents will not have access to the full grounds at Camp Samak, and fencing will be installed to control traffic and movement on the ground. For individuals at Camp Samak, shelters, or hubs showing symptoms or awaiting test results of COVID-19, they will be transferred to the hotel program. The expanded hotel program that will include 2 separate sites, one for those awaiting testing and the other for those that tested positive for COVID-19. These sites will be comprised of case management staff, PSWs, nurses, and security. The location will provide individuals with the needed isolation, comfort meals, virtual mental health and addiction support, and needed assistance for responding to this virus. Another involved area of attention is our support and assistance to victims of human trafficking and domestic violence. Unfortunately, this crisis is heightened during these times, and concern for these individuals is still there. Shelters are still active, and our support continues. Slide 15, please. Social Services is responding to our community during this crisis. Due to the increasing support need for homeless residents in Durham region, a COVID-19 Community Assistance Fund has been established and will provide funding for local nonprofit agencies. The funding was received through the Federal Reaching Home Program and the Social Services Relief Fund under the Provincial Community Homelessness Prevention Initiative. Applications can be found on the regional website with an outline of eligibility requirements. Through the DAC network, applications will be reviewed and assessed based on the agency's urgency of need, positive community impact, and coordination with other homeless initiatives operating throughout the Durham region. Priority will be given to applications that support health and safety, shelter and housing security, and/or food security for vulnerable residents, homeless residents, or residents at risk of homelessness. 8 applications have been received to date. Community outreach is an important service for helping our community. The Family Services Division is providing confidential telephone counseling and mental health support to our residents, along with our regional EAP program. Over the last month, the service delivery through technology has successfully provided service to 966 individuals in the community. In addition to this, we have a team of social services staff today that have formed a virtual outreach team, making themselves available to isolated residents needing community resource information, food or finances, along with someone to talk to. We understand that those needing our support right now are the residents that would typically not rely on social services programs. We want them to know that we are here for them. Our community outreach also includes connecting with our community agencies to assess where any possible gaps might be. My office has ongoing communications with the community nonprofit agencies and food security. Recently, there have been a number of funding announcements made. One such funding we're aware of is the Federal Emergency Community Support Fund, which will be allocated to Canada's charities at a total of $350 million. Much of the money will flow through 3 national groups, the United Way, the Red Cross, and Community Foundations Canada, with a portion of funds going to small independent organizations. Details about Durham's allocation are not yet available. Feed the Need continues to support all food banks in Durham region, whether they are members or not. The province announced $8 million for Feed Ontario. These funds were used to purchase food hampers that have been distributed to food hubs such as Feed the Need. In Durham, Feed the Need was allocated 9,000 food hampers, with most already received. They will be distributed across the food bank system in Durham. One food hamper has enough food for one person for 1 week. Finally, I want to remind you that the region's website has a community resource page dedicated to COVID-19 help and assistance. A comprehensive overview of financial assistance, mental health supports, food securities, and community agencies is updated daily to ensure accurate information to those needing assistance. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this update. We are fortunate to live in a community where we can respond to those in need during this crisis. By doing so, we are not only helping each other, we are working towards flattening the curve. Thank you.
Thank you, Stella. If we could now go to slide 17. We only have a few more slides to go. We have a recovery plan that really has 4 pillars, and one of the pillars is the economic development response. That pillar is first out the gate, given the urgent need, especially of small businesses. So this slide provides an update of some of the initiatives that the economic development team is working with our economic development partnership across the region. We do have an economic development task force. We've completed 2 surveys of businesses, which gathered over 1,000 responses, and we've set up a central business portal, investdurham.ca/COVID response. Well, there's ongoing advocacy to the province and federal government about the supports that we need in business, but also in other areas. A local food campaign encouraging residents to access local food, and a variety of other campaigns. The economic development team is also sharing good news stories, which are so important to hear during this time. We're also ramping up services to provide live help to business through phone or online chat tools, and you'll be hearing about this shortly. You also heard earlier in the week the province's plan for recovery. I just wanted to give you a quick overview of that, and this is on slide 19. The province released the framework on Monday. Stage 1 considers opening select workplaces that can meet current public health guidelines, opening some outdoor spaces, allowing essential gatherings of limited numbers, and continued protections for vulnerable populations. Stage 2 would include opening more workspaces with significant mitigation plans, opening more public spaces, allowing some larger public gatherings, and continued protections for vulnerable populations. The final phase considers opening all workspaces responsibly, relaxing restrictions on public gatherings, and continued protections for vulnerable populations. There will be at least 2 to 4 weeks between each phase, and this will not only impact the residents and businesses in Durham, but it will have a very real impact on how the region itself continues to carry out business. Which brings me to our recovery plan, and I do apologize. I know some of you have heard this twice already, but it is only 2 slides. The recovery plan is divided into 4 pillars, as I mentioned. The first pillar is social. The second pillar is built. The third is economic, and the fourth is municipal. The objective of this plan is really to advance the economy in Durham. It looks at what some of our priorities were in our strategic plan and identifies these as a priority as part of the recovery effort. If we can go on to the next slide, please, 21. Here's an overview of what happens in each pillar and what policies and reports and commitments the region has already made under these pillars. So the first one is the social pillar, and under that we would be looking at moving forward with our housing plan, especially Council's commitment to creating 1,000 affordable housing units this term. We'd also be looking carefully with our provincial partners at what changes will need to be made to modernize long-term care, given how desperately hard it's been hit by this pandemic. And we'll be looking at what we've learned from operating 24/7 childcare. This is something that's been talked about for many years, and now we've actually seen it in action, and we'll be able to determine what its value is. Under the built pillar, we're looking at infrastructure projects, and the purpose of this is obviously to get people back to work. A priority for us in this area is really advancing and fast-tracking some of our key priorities. Our 2 signature transit projects under the ICIP Investing in Canada program, which totals about $174 million, and this would include getting bus rapid transit, completing the route through our southern municipalities, and also completing the connection to the University of Toronto Scarborough campus. It would also include fast-tracking transit-oriented development around the Go East extension and development of employment bases in lands surrounding the Pickering Airport lands. With respect to the transit-operated development, we continue, even during the pandemic, to work with Metrolinx and to get our transit-oriented development office up and running so that we are able to move on this very quickly. You've heard about the economic development pillar. And the final pillar talks about the municipal recovery, and this is really what it will take to get the region back up and running within its buildings. We have a number of opportunities here. We've had to change very quickly and move a number of services online, and we've really learned a lot from that. Projects that we thought would have taken a year or more, we've been able to do very quickly. So we are looking at what we've learned from this and what we can continue as we go back to the new more normal. We're also looking at what the requirements will be within this building itself, given that social distancing will be required for the foreseeable future. And we're looking at what the financial impacts over the course of this year will be on the region and how we plan to address those impacts. The next time you hear from us on financial projections, we'll be looking 3, 6, 9, and 12 months out. So with that, I will turn it back over to the chair. Thank you very much. I also wanted to thank our frontline workers who are just doing an incredible job. And most importantly, I also want to thank our commissioners, directors, and their staff. I think these are a bit of the unsung heroes who have been working around the clock to make sure we can continue to deliver the services that are so badly needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a number of members of council wishing to ask questions. We're monitoring the chat line and email. So I'm going to ask, direct your question when you ask it. And our first councillor is Councillor John Neal. Councillor John Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank you for holding that town hall last week. I think that helped out in the community in regards to what some of the information to get out there. My first question, I guess, would be to Commissioner Danos Papaconstantino. She mentioned the commissioner mentioned the Lake Ridge staff. Now, are they going directly into our long-term homes, Commissioner? To you, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, can you please repeat your question? We were just having a technical difficulty on my end.
The Commissioner, Lake Ridge staff, you mentioned that. Are they going directly into our long-term homes? Lake Ridge staff? Are they now going into those homes?
Through the chair, the IPAC team from Lake Ridge Health did an assessment of our 3 homes, Fairview, Terraces, and Lakeview, the 3 homes that had a positive COVID residents and or staff. They've completed their assessment, they provided us with recommendations, and now we are working through those recommendations and implement them.
Okay, and in regards to the group homes, they're also on the radar, I imagine, too, eh? Or what's the status of those as of now? The ones that are in the neighborhoods?
I don't have an answer to that, and I'm not sure if Dr. Kyle is able to answer that question for you, Councillor.
Let me tackle the first question first and then the second question, if I may. So Public Health and the Central East LHIN has done a risk assessment of I think 21 long-term care homes in Durham region. And they assign a color as to red, yellow, or green, depending on their, I'm going to say, track history, their past occurrence of outbreaks, and of course, being in current COVID-19 outbreak or recently being in COVID-19 outbreak. So of the long-term care homes that are being assessed from an infection prevention and control perspective by Lake Ridge Health staff, Stella mentioned 3. I think they've done maybe 9 or 10 other homes. They do a very thorough review and they make recommendations which are then given to management for not only consideration, but certainly with the expectation that they do what they can to implement the recommendations. With respect to group homes, the last thing I want to say is, in addition to Lakebridge Health, we've been asked by the ministry to facilitate swabbing of red or high-risk long-term care homes. Sometimes the swabbing is done by staff, sometimes it's done by paramedics. We're facilitating that process, and that is happening as we speak. In a similar vein, we have started to do or facilitate swabbing of certain group homes. The names I don't have in front of me, but from a public health and ministry perspective, of course, we are interested in community transmission in group homes, but our current focus is on long-term care homes, and after that, possibly retirement homes. But we are working with groups in the community to facilitate testing, and of course, to answer any questions they have or to provide advice or direction should any of their residents be positive for COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess my last question is just a observation. When we're talking about first responders, I believe it's important we keep our roadways open. Ritson Road has been clogged up on certain days, and I've discussed this with Commissioner Siopis in regards to the transfer station. Now, fine and dandy, and I know the CAO, Elaine Baxter-Trahar, mentioned that everyone's doing their spring cleaning. Yes, they are. So if we can get Gerard Road open for to the public to take some of that overflow, that would be great, or expand the hours, because we're getting hit with illegal dumping, and it's going to cost us. And I think it would be great if we could accommodate the citizens across the region with their spring cleaning, as was mentioned. They're all into it. I see it. They're on trailers, trucks, whatever. But we got to keep our roadways open, and Ritson Road is getting clogged. We got a long-term home to the north, a clinic to the south. It's a dangerous place to be held up in traffic when they're trying to get first responders are trying to get to a certain point at a scheduled time, plus the workers. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to remind members of council that it's questions to the presentation. And our second, Mayor Foster. Mayor Foster?
Yeah, no, I'm there. My screen is not as responsive as might hope. So to the firstly to the CAO, in terms of reporting timelines. So we are early into this. Yet we see the impacts on costs. Do you have a schedule that you're looking at in terms of getting back to us with impacts and projected impacts, both cost-wise as well as revenues?
Sorry
if there's
about
an
that.
answer, I can't. Oh, good.
Well, I hit the wrong button. I apologize. We are.
I can relate.
We are planning to do a report to the June Council. The work we're doing right now is looking at the 6 and 9 month projections, and then eventually the 12 months. So we will certainly be prepared to report to Council with what we have at that time. And I would guess on a go forward basis, we would continue to provide monthly updates.
Okay, perfect. So monthly, we should expect to see something. On the ECDEV side, I know we're talking with the province about bonusing. I believe we're talking to the province about, or the feds about moratoriums on business evictions. Can you speak to any progress that we're getting on those, and what other asks we're doing, and if local municipalities should be passing motions to support the region's position?
Sorry, I will start, and then if Brian wants to jump in, that would be great. At the regional and single tier CIOs meeting on Friday, there was a reiteration of with the province, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Deputy Minister was in attendance. We did reiterate the need to review the bonusing provisions and to address the eviction situation. We are within the region looking at what some of our priority capital projects are in anticipation of stimulus funding coming out of the province in the near future. And we're also encouraging them on more of a priority basis to ensure that they are considering municipal infrastructure projects as critical services. Right now, we are assuming that is the case, but it could certainly be clarified in their emergency regulations. And I will turn it over to the commissioners. I'm not sure if there's anything that they would like to add.
It's Brian Bridgman here. The only thing to add is that in addition to the fact that there was some check-in with the MPs and the MPPs and the letter, as you mentioned, I think it's fair to say that the message has been heard. We don't have any specific response at this point other than what we're hearing at the federal level and the various announcements. But the message has been heard, that's for sure.
If I could just jump in with one. Sorry, I have one more piece of information which is rather critical. All municipalities with transit systems are experiencing severe expenditure and lost revenue. So we've also been very clear that there will need to be some support for the transit systems, provincially and federally, if they are to get back up to their previous ridership.
So I wonder, Elaine, if I don't think anything formal from council, from regional council, has gone to the province, but I wonder if some communications could go to the lower tier municipalities, so we're singing from the same song sheet. I'll leave that. I'll leave that with you. Thank you. So the next question, I think probably best for Dr. Kyle. Dr. Kyle, given some of the challenges that we've seen, more so in other places, but Durham as well, certainly on long-term care facilities and retirement homes, moving ahead, I'm assuming, well, there is dialogue going on in terms of changes. Do you have a crystal ball that will look at things that we are going to be dealing with post-pandemic? So I'm thinking budgets have got to change, SOPs are going to change, and.
So the short answer is I don't have a crystal ball. I would think that staffing to resident populations may be on the radar screen. As you know, long-term care homes and retirement homes are regulated differently. So the legal basis for regulating the industry may change. I suspect that there may be new norms with respect to infection prevention and control. I suspect there'll be lots of discussion about the level of PPE that is required in the new normal. But beyond that, your guess is as good as mine. Perhaps Stella has some thoughts in that regard, but I do not have a crystal ball. But clearly, this experience should be a wake-up call for those who both operate as well as those who regulate the industry. Thank you.
I don't know if Stella's going to weigh in or not.
Sorry, I don't. If I had a crystal ball, I definitely say that I'm hoping that the province will relook at staffing models for long-term care, some of the design features of long-term care, even who is operating long-term care is an important component to consider. Thank you.
Well, I was really hoping you guys had crystal balls because I lost mine a long time ago. Mr. Chair, thank you. I want to thank staff for being so proactive they haven't required council to step up and force them to look at what is needed in the community during the COVID crisis. So our response to populations most at risk, is great. Our response looking at economic development, the work that all staff have done, and that's just their professionalism and their understanding of the needs of the community without a need, again, for us to force anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and for the opportunity to speak. My questions will mainly be to Dr. Kyle, but before that, I want to thank all our first responders and for the one phenomenal job they are doing in the trying times. And also, we do have a new appreciation of our PSW for all they've done in our long-term care homes and our retirement homes. A big shout out to them and thank them so much for all they do. No amount of compensation is enough to show our gratitude. My question, and I believe Mayor Foster touched on some of the points I wanted to make. We have 4 homes that we operate, the region operates. We have issues in one of them. I know Dr. Kyle alluded to the fact that there is some kind of investigation going on. So I was wondering if we will get a report as to Hillsdale Terrace. That's the one that has the most problem of our homes, to find out what went wrong and to prevent that in the future, as all the experts have said that we can expect another wave of this in the fall and in the coming winter. So we're well prepared and history doesn't repeat itself. So I was wondering if a report will be coming to us explaining what went wrong there. Point being, okay, I'll let you answer this question first. I have a couple others.
So I'm not sure I'm the right person for this. What I would say is that with respect to Hillsdale Terrace, I don't think it's a question of things going wrong. I think it's a question of the COVID-19 virus entered the home despite the current outbreak management guidelines being in place, which have been strengthened considerably based on, among other things, the experience at Hillsdale Terrace. So I'm talking about screening, PPE, restricting visitations, essential visitors, stopping PSWs who perhaps work at more than one site. So I think there was a lot right that was there, but we've learned in hindsight that the measures at the time needed to be supplemented. I think they have been supplemented, and I think the outbreak is certainly under control. I can't speak to, is there an expectation for the outbreak that occurred there to be quote unquote written up. And in any event, I don't think if you were looking for a shooting gun, for example, what I mean by that is the person that brought COVID-19 into the home. I don't think you'll ever find that. I think what's most important is you learn from your experience. And the last thing I would say is an IPAC team from Lakeridge Health has inspected the home. I believe Hillsdale Terrace is one of the homes. If not, Estates and Fairview Lodge, I believe, may have been assessed. And my recollection is the homes that were assessed had a very, very favorable report and set of recommendations. But beyond that general comment, perhaps Stella has something to add. But they have been reviewed by an expert IPAC team, and I think they were very complimentary as to what they saw in the measures that have been put in place. Maybe I'll stop there and see if Stella wants to wade in, if that's okay.
Thank you, Dr. Kyle. Through the chair, as Dr. Kyle mentioned, we put measures in place early on. By mid-March, we had started active screening our staff prior to even the direction from the ministry. We started to limit staff working at other healthcare environments. We isolated residents who showed symptoms early on before COVID testing even started happening. Isolation meant that they were in their rooms, including mealtime. Staff were wearing their proper personal protective equipment. And as soon as we were able to start testing, things started to move very quickly. And even as recently as the new directive from the ministry around cohorting staff, as difficult as that is, staff are expected to work in only one resident home area. So we are working very diligently and have been right from the start, and we've been working closely with public health since the very first presumptive case of COVID showed up in our home. And that's where I'll leave it at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My second question is along the same line of long-term care homes. There are a number of privately run homes, especially a few in Pickering. Where a number of folks have died. One of them, over 50 folks. All the experts have said the cause of this is mainly understaffing, undersupply of PPE, or inadequate equipment. I know this is mainly provincial, but what's our role in making sure those requirements are met in our homes? It's in our community. Do we have a role? Does our health unit have a role in inspection, et cetera, et cetera?
So thank you for the question. We assist long-term care homes who have outbreaks of respiratory illness and enteric illness. And that support includes facilitating the testing of staff, declaring the outbreak, determining cases, ensuring contact management, entering the information into the system, and so forth. Unfortunately, we've learned and we predicted with COVID-19 that those who are at serious risk of complications, either hospitalizations or unfortunately deaths, are older populations, particularly very old populations, many or most of whom have underlying chronic medical conditions, and that certainly is in the case in the homes that you have mentioned. With respect to assistance with staffing, that largely has been done by the Central East LHIN, and as you know, in the case of Orchard Villa, that has been supplemented by a team that has been assembled by the Canadian Armed Forces. Likewise, with respect to PPE, that has not been public health's role. That has been largely left to the province, who distributes PPE to suppliers of long-term care homes, for example, hospitals and the like. And I think it's fair to say that we've worked very closely together with the Central East LHIN, and in the case of certain homes, like Lakeridge Health, with respect to the support we've been providing to the long-term care homes. But our role is very much focused on case and contact management, facilitating of testing, reporting of cases into the system, and of course, public reporting. Thank you.
Please indulge me, Mr. Chair. I have one final question to ask. I don't know how many other municipalities have hall board. I sit on one in Newcastle, and they are experiencing financial difficulties. They make money by having events, etc. I know we're supporting businesses, but our hall boards, etc., are a vital component of our community. So are some of our local churches as well. So they are suffering from lack of funding, etc., from meeting their mortgages, etc. Is there any help or any possibility of assistance to these organizations?
Well, if that's directed at me, it's Robert here.
No,
I'm not sure I'm the right person.
Directly at probably the
No.
CEO.
Hi, it's Elaine here.
Hi, Elaine.
There is federal money coming forward to assist charities in this crisis. Any assistance that we are giving to community groups right now would be through the Economic Development Task Force, specifically targeted at chambers of commerce and boards of trade. So we do not have a program to that extent right now. I am going to put Stella on the spot. I'm not sure if there's anything in social services, Stella, that assists not-for-profits. I know you're certainly working with a number of community agencies and food banks.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Elaine. There is a community COVID-19 Community Assistance Fund that I mentioned in my presentation that has been launched, and it's a fund that we're using funding from the Reaching Home program and the Community Homeless Prevention Initiative program, the federal and the provincial programs. And it's funding for nonprofit organizations who are supporting vulnerable residents, seniors, those at risk of homelessness, and it was launched last week, and it's on our website, and we're accepting applications today. The DAC committee will, members of the DAC committee will support the evaluation process, and to date we've received 8 applications. And this is for COVID-related response, so if any PPE, cleaning supplies, additional staffing, creating barriers for physical distancing, etc.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Yes, can you hear me fine?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Thank you. First question is to Dr. Kyle. I've noted it in some of the reports that you're getting that you are not differentiating the infection rates at the homeless for the aged versus the general population. Is it possible to get a breakout on the infection rates in the non-homeless for the aged population and how that compares to other communities?
I will take that back to my team. What we're able to publicly report is based on the quality of the data that we enter into what's known as the Integrated Public Health Information System, or IFIS. And I will take that suggestion back and see if there's something that we can do.
All right. Thank you very much. My second question is for social services. We will be getting a financial item-by-item breakdown on the financial contributions from the upper levels of government and how it flows through to each of the agencies out in the Durham community, just so we can see exactly what's being sent and what's being spent.
Through the chair, thank you for that question. Yes, we will make that happen.
All right. And my last question, again, deals with the COVID-19 Assistance Fund. A number of community groups, such as Caremongers and others, are not registered charities nor registered nonprofit because they're newly formed groups. Are they able to take advantage of the support systems out there, or are they excluded because they're not registered nonprofits?
Yes, through the chair, they are excluded because they are not a registered nonprofit, but I did mention the federal money for Emergency Community Support Fund of $350 million that's going out to 3 national groups, United Way, Red Cross, and Community Foundations Canada. And we do know that we will get support in Durham through these agencies. I'm not sure about the allocation, but that will be a place, an opportunity, I guess, for some of these organizations to possibly receive additional funding.
And my last question, is there a workaround on those regulations? Because many of these community groups are actually the true front line, and they're doing more day-to-day work than some of the organized nonprofits, yet they're not able to access the support services they need to help the hundreds, if not thousands, of people they're meeting daily. I'm just wondering if there's a workaround around that system.
Through the chair, I understand and I appreciate the challenges for these organizations. Unfortunately, the fund that we are working with right now through Reaching Home and the Community Homelessness Prevention Initiative, federal and provincial, they have guidelines, quite strict guidelines, and we are following them with as much flexibility as possible, but they must be a registered charity to be eligible.
Okay, I thank you for that answer. All I can suggest is if there's any communications between our staff and the upper tiers, that you stress that point to them to see if they can amend their rules a little bit to give some flexibility so that we meet the need rather than simply deal with the bureaucracy. Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Pickles.
Thank you, Chair. First, I'd like to recognize and thank the Commissioners of Health and Social Services for all the work they're doing and for all the work that their staff is doing. My question pertains to Orchard Villa. A large proportion of the positive tests and unfortunately deaths in Durham region are at the Orchard Villa. Now, I recognize that it's a privately owned and privately operated long-term care and retirement home. So it's not one of our municipally owned and operated facilities. And I'm aware that Dr. Kyle and Lakeridge Health have provided some assistance to that facility. But again, the proportion of tests, positive tests and deaths there is very high. It's a very horrific number, which is continuing to rise. I wonder if Dr. Kyle could speak to, I know it's early, but perhaps he can speak to what went wrong there. What was the problem that resulted in this severe outbreak? And what we're presently doing, or what's presently being done to address it. I know that his department, Lakeridge, and now Canadian Armed Forces are in there. But again, can you speak to, what went wrong and what is presently being done to remedy this?
So thank you for the question. Let me start by saying that in general, and I think it's important for council to understand this, we don't inspect long-term care homes or retirement homes. That job is done by either the Ministry of Long-Term Care or the Retirement Home Regulatory Authority, respectively. We get involved with long-term care homes, retirement homes from a food safety perspective, but also with respect to outbreak management. I think the experience in homes and the numbers of cases, complications, and deaths, a number of factors contribute to that. I think that includes staffing levels. I think it includes the culture, if you will, of infection prevention and control. I think it is determined by the complexity from a medical perspective of the residents in the homes. I think it depends on the physical layout of the homes. Is it possible to separate the well from the sick? I think it depends on the importance placed on infection prevention and control by management, and I'm sure there are other factors. As Council is aware, to provide a legal basis for Lakeridge Health to intervene at Orchard Villa, I wrote an order over a week ago which required Lakeridge Health to, in essence, intervene, and which required Orchard Villa to comply with its directions, recommendations, and so forth. I understand that a team has been in place from Lakeridge Health, probably beginning the day after the order was issued. I think it important for Council to know that this was done not lightly. I think this is a precedent in terms of the use of that provision under the Health Protection and Promotion Act, but it was done with the full cooperation of Lakeridge Health and Orchard Villa. Clearly, if staffing to residents ratios are strained to begin with, and as healthcare workers become ill as part of COVID-19, you run into staffing shortages, and you can have the best infection and prevention and control checklist that you would want. But if you don't have the staff to adhere to it, then it's a challenge. And I suspect that the additional staff provided by the Canadian Armed Forces has certainly been a welcome event occurring. I think everybody is doing their best to bring the outbreak to a close. But I think there are a number of factors that go into how likely it is for an outbreak to spread, and how likely it is that residents will either die or have severe complications. And I suspect a number of factors contributed to what's going on at Orchard Villa. And I think that's about all I can say at this point in time. Thanks.
It's Councillor Pickles here again. So thank you, Dr. Kyle. And I just want to be clear, and you reiterated one of the points, that this facility is privately owned, privately operated. It's not one of our municipally operated ones. They're largely regulated by the provincial government. And I do want to recognize your extraordinary intervention along with Lakeridge Hospital here. But I rather suspect that the problems that resulted in the outbreak occurred at a very early stage. So I know there'll be more information forthcoming later. So thank you for that answer.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Joe Neal.
Sorry, just to follow up on that through Mr. Chair to Dr. Kyle. So apart from issuing the order, did any public health employees become involved directly in that particular facility?
So that facility had been an outbreak since the end of March. There were two organisms that were causing the respiratory illness. The other was metapneumovirus. So as I said, we provide assistance to homes in accordance with provincial guidelines with respect to respiratory infections in homes. And this includes providing outbreak management advice. It involves arranging for swabs, facilitating testing, developing of line lists, reporting back to the home with respect to test results, that sort of thing. And all that work was happening behind the scenes in the run-up to my intervention with respect to Lakeridge Health.
I guess through the chair. So I guess what I'm sort of asking is, are any public health nurses directly involved with, kind of like boots on the ground sort of thing, or not?
No, our public health nurses are focused on case and contact management. They don't go out into the homes to provide this assistance. That is done by our public health inspectors.
Okay, so were they involved directly with the
Yeah,
home
so these are the ones that I'm talking about that would provide advice and assistance with respect to outbreak management, would facilitate testing. So getting of swabs, curring swabs to the laboratory. It would be our public health nurses that would report back in terms of cases, provide advice with respect to self-isolation, that sort of thing. But boots on the ground, if you will, would be our public health inspectors. They're the ones who are our leads with respect to any institutional outbreak in Durham Region.
Okay, thank you. I have a question, I guess maybe directed to the CAO on transit. I guess I'm just wondering how long Durham Region can keep running up buses up and down the road that are largely empty, basically telling everybody to stay home, and do that without, basically running a full schedule. I just see us digging a big financial hole where maybe we need to manage the labor costs and the equipment costs a little more carefully. I mean, I'm even seeing what are supposed to be the high traffic areas pretty much empty in terms of, there's nobody going up, there's no students going up and down Simcoe Street. The Pulse is not that busy that I can see, and some of the other routes there's, if you see a body on the bus, it's an exception. That's all I'm saying. So how long can you keep doing that?
We are monitoring that carefully. Service levels have been cut back to essentially holiday or Saturday type schedules. Transit has been declared an essential service, and many people in Durham do require transit to get to grocery stores and pharmacies and that kind of thing. We do review it, however, monthly. At the current level, we think we are fine until into May, but we'll be regrouping in terms of the middle of May if further service reductions are required. The cost in terms of lost revenue is probably manageable until we get to September. If this continues in September, that we will have a real challenge given the loss of revenue related to students. Part of the reason the buses will look empty is there is an area that's closed off around the driver. Passengers must load through the rear doors, and there is a limit of the number of passengers allowed on each bus to ensure that there is the right physical distancing. I know the general manager, Bill Holmes, is at the meeting. So, Bill, I'm not sure if there's anything you would like to add.
The only thing that I will add is that we do have our triggers based on ridership levels in terms of what would move us to a lower level of service. At this point in time, we're still at that level that meets the current service demand based on maintaining physical distancing on the bus. We're carrying upwards of approximately 11,000 people a day, and that's been pretty consistent since we implemented the changes in the 23rd of March. We are taking a look now and trying to look ahead into May, June, and the summer, and projecting what ridership will be. And based on what the recovery plans are going to be provincially. So we are looking at those levels now. And if a further service reduction would be appropriate, or if we will need to maintain the current service level to make sure that we're able to get people back to work.
Okay, thank you. There was a mention of a housing amount. I think it was $3 million that went to housing. What was that for? Was that for so people didn't have to pay their rent, or what was the basis for that payment?
Are you talking about advanced payment to the housing providers that we work with? They were forwarded an installment early to ensure that they had cash flow to get through the early part of the crisis. I think that's what you're referring to. If it's one of the funding programs that have come down from the province or the feds, I'll ask Stella.
No. It was. I thought it was in. The decision was made to advance $3 million. I'm just trying to understand if that was so that some of the nonprofits didn't have to collect rent or something.
No, it was to assist them with cash flow because we did recognize that there would be some individuals late on their rent payments, and it is included in our annual budget, so it's not actually a cost to us. We simply advanced the funds early to assist them with cash flow.
I see. Okay, thank you. All right, thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Our next on the list is Mayor Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and certainly I want to thank our staff, our CAO and our commissioners and all of staff for a great presentation and excellent questions and answers. I just have one further quick question. Do Camp Samac, this would be to Commissioner Stella, do Camp Samac or any of the agencies that are providing shelter have a need for beds?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. At this time, none of our providers require any beds.
Okay, then I would, okay, thank you. Then I would reach out to all my colleagues, and if you do hear of any agency that is considering shelter, that you contact me, and I have some beds available. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brenner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have a question to start with to Commissioner Stella. In your presentation, and you identified and you talked about the shelter beds, and in particular a lot out in the Durham East area. I know that you have opened up the hygiene center in Pickering, but it's been off to a slow start. I'm interested in knowing what type of outreach initiatives has your staff been taking, or reaching out to some of the boots on the ground in terms of the grassroots agencies to get the information out. I know that there's been a lot of public announcements coming out of Durham on it, City of Pickering on it, in terms of not just our hygiene center, but also availability of beds and where. But obviously, social media is not a tool that the homeless in our community are going to access. And we know they're out there, we have seen them out there, but the messages are not yet getting out to them. And I'm interested in knowing what steps you're taking, and included in that, the necessity to look at how we can identify, and this may be to Dr. Kyle, but rather than Stella's next piece, but how we can identify who perhaps maybe is going to be or could be tested positive, to avoid any type of community transmissions that would be a spin-off of not being able to get a handle on who's out there in the West Durham area, and in particularly the City of Pickering.
Thank you. Through the chair, we are working very closely with all of our community agencies. In particular, we meet with DAC, as I mentioned earlier, weekly, which includes many of our partners, and working closely with the GAP committee as well. We have provided our agencies who work with our homeless population with funds for PPE, education through public health, regards to actively screening the client group that they work with. We know that the Muslim Welfare Home has been tested and are expecting some results to date, and Cornerstone is being tested today, and they all have plans in place with working with other hotels for properly physically distancing their resident group. And I'm not sure if I answered all of your question, Councillor, or if you have additional.
Maybe I can clarify. I'm interested in knowing how we're, I guess, the initiatives to be able to reach to those that are literally living on the streets, living in some of our back forests and treat areas in Pickering, the ones that we're hanging out on our corners and that have been previously frequenting places like McDonald's or our recreation complex. And I know that's a lot more challenging because it's those that we don't normally see, but we know that they're definitely out there that may be falling through the cracks. Maybe are you looking at the possibility of putting any kind of signage up that would be in some of the locations that we know that the homeless have been hanging out in certain areas along the Kingston Road area, as an example, to alert them to where the hygiene center is? And then that'll lead to my next subsequent question.
Yes, thank you. I believe that the GAP committee has been putting signage where they believe it should be. In addition, we have the PCOP team who continues to be in the community, stretching themselves out and ensuring that the unsheltered are aware of the resources available. And we're also working with Street Outreach and any other outreach teams that we have a connection with. I agree. It's not, we may miss people. We hope we don't, but we may miss people. And we hope that through these connections, we're made aware of these individuals, that we can, if they're alerted to us, we will certainly reach out and try to support them in the best way we can and direct them to the proper locations for support.
Thank you very much, Stella. I have a question of our CAO, Elaine, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Go
Elaine,
ahead.
in your presentation regarding the regional recovery plan, one of my concerns, I know an earlier councillor also identified it, that at the lower tier, the last thing that we want are each lower tier municipality not working consistently with an overall plan for the region, which includes the lower tier. I recognize that you are meeting with the mayors of the lower tier and the economic development departments in the lower tier, but are you looking at taking the most recent provincial framework that was provided and putting together any kind of a recommendation report that can go back to each of the lower tier municipalities to be able to get the buy-in from the lower tier council so that we're all united in one recovery plan rather than fragmented?
We can certainly do that. I think it's a little bit premature given the provincial framework, because we do have no sense at this point of timing or of which services are to be the first out of the door. I can assure you that I talk to the CAOs twice a week. The treasurer talks to the local treasurers once a week, and we have agreed to work together on the recovery plan. The task force that's going to guide the plan will start meeting likely in the next week or two, and once we are farther along in developing priorities, they will absolutely be shared with the local municipalities.
Elaine, just again, can you re-clarify? I know it was probably in the slide. I may have missed it. What is the membership of that task force, and how often do you anticipate that they're going to be meeting?
The task force itself will probably meet monthly. It includes myself, a representative from Lakeridge Health. Sorry, I'm echoing here, so it's a little distracting. A representative of Lakeridge Health, the Commissioner of Social Services, the Treasurer of the region. We will likely ask for lower tier representation, and we will have 2 representatives from community agencies that are serving vulnerable populations. That is kind of the overall strategic directing group. Underneath that, there will be working groups addressing the social area, which will be led by Stella, the built environment, that will be led by Commissioner Siopis, and the general manager of Durham Transit, the economic pillar, which you know we already have the economic task force, and the municipal pillar that will be led by myself and the treasurer. So there will be a variety of working groups, and we're happy to roll up the plan as soon as it's developed and present it to council.
So in the request for lower tier memberships, will that membership be appointed by each of the lower tier councils to participate in the task force, which I agree with you is going to be critical as we get through whatever the whatever normality is for tomorrow, which is certainly different than what it is today and yesterday?
At this point, it's staff-led initiative. So I would be talking to my fellow CAOs and asking them to appoint one or two to sit on the committee with us, and we would be reporting back to the CAOs at our bi-weekly calls.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next on the list is Councillor Miriam Pietri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank CAO Elaine, Dr. Kyle, and our Commissioner Stella for the work that they're doing to help us navigate through these tough times, and offer our condolences to the families that have been most impacted by the by this pandemic. I have some questions to deal with a few of the items that were presented in the initial stages. I believe a number of councillors have asked questions that I've attained answers to, but I do wish to understand whether or not we've received, and I'm not sure who this question is directed to, but whether or not we've received any orders or any sort of suggestions by the province, by way of either the Premier's office or the ministry, with respect to improvements that need to be made imminently in order to save lives and prevent further outbreaks within our homes.
It's Robert here. I can start if you'd like.
Thank you, Dr. Kyle.
We receive in the health sector a daily situation report, and often there are several attachments which emanate from the command table, the Deputy Minister of Health, Deputy Minister of Long-Term Care, and so forth. And I think the same is communicated to Stella and her team as well. So we receive regular correspondence, sometimes direction, sometimes guidance with respect to long-term care homes, with respect to the current management and prevention of outbreaks in long-term care homes and retirement homes. And in addition to outbreak management measures, which I've spoken to previously, there have been directives, memos, and so forth that, for example, facilitates the transfer of hospital staff to long-term care homes to provide assistance and so forth. So all of the correspondence to date should be viewed through a lens of the province providing direction, providing assistance with respect to dealing with long-term care homes and retirement homes, which really are on the front lines of the battle with COVID-19. If your question is, so what will emerge once we get through this pandemic? When I say through it, once it ebbs and things perhaps begin to normalize, I don't think the province has set its mind to that. And so that's probably weeks or months away at the earliest. So that would be my contribution to your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kyle. That's excellent. That answers both aspects of the query. I appreciate that. I take it that we're going to be, following any sort of leads by way of either the ministry or ones that you would have discovered, so that we can continue to improve and provide that service that's been vital to residents in our community. I have a question now. Obviously, this may be directed to the CAO. COVID's impacted everyone's lives tremendously. Obviously, not the least of which families and those operating businesses as well. In the case of the economic recovery, I'm wondering if any thought has been given to reviewing the community improvement plans as set out by municipalities, and and matching those community improvement plans and the incentives that have been offered already by local municipalities, because I think that would give a very quick and fruitful boost to that aspect of doing business within our communities without having to reinvent the wheel. I'm just wondering if that has been considered as of yet.
Just allow me, Councillor Mayor Pietri, there is background noise behind you. I'm not sure what it is.
It's not behind me. I assure you, there's no one behind me except for me.
No, it's
in an empty room.
It's an echo. Okay, then somebody was on the system that just put their phone on mute. So I apologize. To the Commissioner, did you hear all of that question?
It's me.
Oh, to the CAO.
Thank you for the question. We have not looked at that at this time. What I am strongly recommending is that as we do the recovery plan, it has to be a fully integrated plan that considers what the provincial and federal governments are bringing to the table, what the local municipalities are bringing to the table, and where the regional municipality can best act. We are in the process of developing our own CIP to guide some key developments within the region, but I think it's premature to commit to matching until we've done that full environmental scan and develop the priorities for the recovery. And at that point, we will certainly take into consideration what all of the local as well as the other orders of government are providing.
Thank you, Madam CEO. I really appreciate that. I do wish to emphasize the importance of looking at individual municipalities' community improvement plans, as at times, I think most times, the impediment is the region's failure to match or to participate in these incentives. And I think it would be a quick and easy way of not reinventing the wheel, but offering that added boost to any considerations that may come from your task force, our task force, and essentially the region's considerations through economic development and planning. I'm certain that the Commissioner and the committee, as well as the entire department, will come up with some great ideas along with the task force. But I do believe the CIP considerations in individual municipalities will go a long way. Now, I have a final question, and it relates, I believe, to Commissioner Stella. I would appreciate just some understanding of one of the items that was presented, and I have a number of calls and communications either via email or social media from the general public in and around the area of Camp Samak, and these are concerns and questions that I would share, and I'd like to request a bit of understanding on their behalf as the situation surrounding COVID and the emergency that we're under obviously has called for different measures to be put into place. But the question is whether there were other sites considered aside from Camp Samak. Camp Samak, for those who haven't visited or know what it is throughout the region, is very much a protected sort of conservation area in the minds of many, akin to Huber Downs and Whitby, aside, save and except maybe the cabins and some of the facilities that are on site. So I'm just wondering what assessment went into the decision to locate services for the unsheltered in this particular spot, surrounded by, the university and local neighborhoods, which typically utilize the area for family use. Obviously, under these times, things are a little different. But what was the assessment that went into it?
Through the chair, good morning. Thank you for your question. Yes, so we worked very closely with our team and other professionals like the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness and, of course, with the DAC team. And we did an assessment. We looked at what are the gaps in our community, what was required to support those who were unsheltered, and what can we do to ensure that we can find a place that already has many of the associated requirements and we can bring together our unsheltered group in one location. And Camp Samak was suggested by somebody on our team. I'm sorry, I can't remember who. And we sat down with public health and paramedics and other folks around the committee and other partners like their mental health services and Lake Ridge Health. And we talked about this location and the benefits of it. I should say and remind everyone that initially we were looking at this site for those who had tested positive. That was what I presented several weeks ago. We have since then made a decision to move our COVID positive, any COVID positive unsheltered residents to the hotel program. This site is a good site because of its location. It sleeps currently 80. We will sleep 40 for physical distancing. We want to be able to keep folks in one location and not worry about them leaving that location and possibly spreading the virus elsewhere if it exists with them. We will bring supports to them, some physically, some virtually. We will have 24/7 security, and the police have also informed us that they will be present as required. It is the best location from our perspective to be able to keep our vulnerable residents in one location and not having them to leave the site to go elsewhere looking for food or other recreational activities. There will be boundaries. They will not be able to leave the location that location. And this is what our reason for this.
Okay, now when it comes to security, obviously that's a question that has a great deal of I would say concern in terms of not only the neighboring community because they're quite concerned, but for those who are going to be served by way of this site and their needs in terms of mental health and their just overall well-being. When we talk about 24-hour security, what are we talking about? Are we talking about a car positioned at the front of the gates, or are we truly talking about the support services and security within the facility to ensure that the well-being of the individuals who are going to be served there is taken into consideration, as would the well-being for neighboring residents?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair.
Thank you.
Security, what I mean by security is security on site. 2 security officers will be on site at all times, 24/7. We also will have mental health support and harm reduction supports available for this client group. We will have meals brought in, of course. We want to keep them there. Public health, we're involved with them as well. We will have access to PSW if needed to support them. And it will be managed by the 2 warming centers that I mentioned earlier. In addition, we will have additional regional leadership on site at all times to support this program.
Has Oshawa Fire been instructed to take part in the security measures? Because I do foresee, as a lot of the residents in the area, including the students that live nearby, would foresee that the natural area could be cause for fire concern, and that would be a huge risk to neighboring homes and institutional buildings in the area. So just wondering if Oshawa Fire has been part of the process.
To the chair, thank you for that question. Yes, Oshawa Fire has reviewed the site and the plans that we have in place.
Okay, and they're going to be available to facilitate any security needs, because it's one that, to my recollection, will require a great deal of intervention if a fire in the say the cabins or the heart of the camp are affected. I'm just wondering what the fire suppression standards or capabilities are within Camp Samak. To my knowledge, they're not the same as they would be in other locations.
Through the chair, thank you. Yes, we are using Kichi Lodge, as I indicated earlier, and they have reviewed the lodge itself as well. They didn't have any concerns, and the kitchen is currently closed, and that's why we're bringing in food from Durham College, as I hope I mentioned that earlier. I'm not sure if I also have James Kilgore with me, our emergency management director, and he might be able to offer some more answers to that question.
Thank you. Through the chair, so we worked with the fire department in Oshawa to look at the fire plan as well as the life safety plan to meet the requirements of being able to occupy that on a 24/7 basis. So we worked with their department, and they cleared us that it would meet the satisfaction to allow us to use that location.
Okay, I appreciate understanding that, and you mentioned that Durham College will be providing food service for the unsheltered who will be served in this location. Just wondering what sort of communication and when was the communication provided to Durham College and the university and the presidents there?
Through the chair, we worked closely with the staff. I'm sorry, I don't have the name with me, from Durham College. They were part of our discussion from the get-go when we started talking about this site for both options. And I haven't done anything further as far as talking to the presidents or anything at this time, but we do have their support and commitment for this project.
Okay, and the president of the university has been contacted, or proponents at the university as well?
I can't say that we've contacted the president of the university, no. We're working closely together with the staff who are the leaders at the Durham College site for the kitchen restaurant component.
Okay, I would just encourage that communication be consistent with both, as the institutions there have a huge stake in their student population as well as the buildings that they occupy. But my question then would be, what was the rationale behind sending the notice out just days before the site would be activated? I believe it's May 1st for the site to be activated. Notices myself as the ward councillor, as well as my colleague as a local councillor, and the mayor have been receiving phone calls from local residents who advise that they only received the notices yesterday.
Through the chair, yes, we've been working as fast as we can. May 1st is the opening day, and I believe the media release is going out today or tomorrow. We wanted to get it out before the media release as a heads up. I can apologize for the timing of that, but we've been moving as quickly as we can to be able to address this situation during this crisis.
Okay, now, granted, obviously things are evolving quickly, but whose decision was it to leave the department, the contact numbers, and the notice unsigned from the region of Durham?
Yeah, through the chair, thank you. That was a complete oversight, an error. As I mentioned earlier, that communication was created fairly quickly and it went out fairly quickly and correct. None of that information was indicated on the document, and that was a mistake, an oversight. We didn't mean any ill to that. We didn't mean to do that, and we apologize for that confusion.
Mistakes happen. I just want to make sure that we're consistent with our communications, and that more than anything, that residents in the area who I believe deserve to know what's going on and who's approved these measures and how these service provisions were assessed, be given the appropriate information and contacts, and that we do so in a way that is inclusive. My question with respect to locations is not to take away from the fact that the unsheltered are a grave concern for all of us, especially the local residents, in facilitating their needs as they would wish their needs to be facilitated. The question with respect to location is more a matter of understanding as to how long the site will be active and which specific other sites, and let's just say a second best site, was considered, because many in the area have pointed to hotels that are empty, large recreation centers that are empty, and other facilities within the region of Durham and other municipalities that they're curious as to how this became the first best site when considering it's a conservation area for many in the city of Oshawa.
Through the chair, it became our best site because of its location. It had all the requirements of a facility. It had the beds. It had an extra lodge for staffing and programs, and it was able to accommodate the 40 staff. And there is, if needed, the opportunity to increase usage of that site if required, and rent additional lodges. Hotels are not ideal for a client group that's otherwise healthy, and it's difficult to keep them in the hotel room for any length of time. They probably leave and start to wander around, and what is important to us in this case is to keep this client group closely knitted together in one location, so that we limit the spread, the potential spread of the virus outside into the community.
Okay. Now, I just want to go on record in asking if you realize, as a corporation and as a department, that fire safety, the potential of long-term tent cities, and the ability for those being served to wander into areas and affect private property are being considered in the same way that they would if the local neighborhood was in your backyard.
Through the chair, yes, thank you for that question. We are looking at all aspects. We looked at all aspects and continue to look at all aspects with this particular site. It is temporary. I use the word temporary because that is what it is. As soon as public health advises us that we are able to move into a different mode and phase during this pandemic, we will shut down the site. It is not meant for pitching tents. That's not the intent of that site, and it won't be that. And once the services leave that site, nobody will want to remain there because they won't have the supports needed in the end. But it will be a temporary site that will shut down as soon as we're able to do so safely.
Okay, and I guess still the one question that remains is, if it does become an issue before the province announces that we're not able to, or that we're able to operate in a different location, or that the restrictions have been lifted and things have changed, God willing, I'm just wondering what the recourse for local residents or the municipality is if this site does become an issue.
Through the chair, if just so I understand your question, Councillor, sorry, if the site becomes an issue, if something happens, I'm guessing they're going to call the police first. I'm sorry, I may not understand your
No, I mean, like, if, for example, we have safety issues and fire issues and issues that require attention in the immediate area, because I mean, you noted that those being serviced there may not be appropriately serviced in hotels and certain other areas. So this I think raises a concern that it may become a matter of greater concern in the local neighborhoods. So I'm just wondering what the recourse for local residents in the area are to be able to understand that a little further.
I'll have the CEO. Sorry, I'll have the CEO respond.
I'll just jump in.
Sure.
I should point out that this initiative has been coming before the control group, which has been in place since we've declared an emergency for well over 6 weeks or for 6 weeks. And in those discussions, fire, police, and all of the other required services have been fully engaged. If there is an issue on the site during our use of the facility, as Stella has mentioned, there are security staffs there. If there are issues there after the emergency, then all the recourse that residents have on a regular basis, whether it be through the police or through bylaw officers, will continue to exist. We feel very comfortable that there's no unnatural risk to housing this vulnerable population in this area. Their access across the area is restricted, and we're simply trying to ensure that a vulnerable population does not become infected with the virus by giving them an opportunity to be socially isolated.
Certainly, and I ask these questions on behalf of both those being serviced and the local residents, and I find it, I appreciate you outlining that the site has been in consideration for 6 weeks, but I also am concerned with the failure to communicate to the local area and to the appropriate individuals representing the area until hours ago. But
well,
that's
we do
something
apologize for that, Councillor, and we can certainly look at that going forward.
It's unfortunate.
Things have been moving very rapidly, but that point is well taken, and we will make sure we give that fair consideration if we're ever in a situation like this again.
Okay. Now, the final question, what other sites were considered? Do we have a list of those sites?
I will pass that over to Stella, but there was an exhaustive search of various community areas and hotels, and I will remind you that part of the problem is ensuring that we have a facility that has the beds available and that can accommodate the support services that are required, and there were very few that fell into that category. This was a real benefit to us that this site was available and that the organization was willing to work with us and help us.
Thank you, Elaine. Through the chair, exactly. We did look at recreational facility. We looked at hotels, and this was the best site. We knew that in the other sites we'd be paying much more money to create this environment, and we have many other needs in our community right now that we're trying to spread the dollars out to ensure that we get the supports out where they're needed. This was the best site, again, keeping the residents pull together in one location so that they don't wander away from the site to look for food and other activities.
So it doesn't sound like I'm going to get a list of places that were considered, or maybe this was essentially the only place considered. Regardless, I don't want to sound facetious or critical. I understand the service that's being provided and the work that's being done, but I do want to emphasize that this has left me and my colleague, as well as others on my council, but especially the local neighborhoods and residents of the area, in a very, very poor position to be able to respond to concerns and queries. So I do wish to encourage that communication with respect to this matter specifically, seeing as it's one that involves tens of thousands in the neighboring area, be improved as quickly as possible, and that security be maintained at a very high level for both, and especially the needs of those being serviced and the local residents. And I, at this point, just wanted to make sure that those questions and those concerns were registered on the record for residents and those in need of shelter. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, members of council. That is the last on the speakers list. So this is what I'd like to offer. I'd like to get through the adoption of the minutes, the two items in item number 7. We'll hear the delegation, then we'll break for 15 minutes. Please feel free to join us again, bring your lunch. Staff here have agreed to come back and we will eat lunch in the council chambers while we continue the meeting. Is there anyone opposed to that direction? Okay, hearing none. We'll move on to item number 6. Could I get a mover and a seconder for?
Marion Pietri, so moved.
So item 6.1 moved by Councillor
Second
Marion.
it. Second it.
Who is the seconder?
Councillor Brenner.
Councillor Brenner. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Yay.
Okay,
Yay.
anyone opposed? None. 6.1 carries. Item 6.2, regional, sorry, you'll have to say your name, please.
Sorry, Chair, it's Councillor Kerr.
Councillor Kerr is moving
Councillor
it.
Lee, second.
Councillor Lee is second. Thank you. Comments or questions? Call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? None. 6.2 carries. On item 6.3, special regional council meeting, April 8th, I need a mover.
I'll move it, Chair. Dave Barton.
Moved by Mayor Barton, seconded by
Granville Anderson.
Councillor Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? None. That carries. We'll move to item number 7 on communications, item 6.6 on page 41. The recommendation is to
Councillor McLean.
receive for information. Councillor McLean, looking for a seconder.
Crawford.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Any comments or questions? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yay.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? There is none. That carries. On item CC07, the recommendation is to refer it to consideration of item 9.1 under notice as a motion. Could I get a mover and a seconder?
Moved.
Could you state your name, please?
Sorry, Councillor Kerr, so moved.
Moved by Councillor Kerr, seconded by?
Dave Barton.
Seconded by Councillor.
Could I get clarification on what the motion is, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, it's simply referring it to the item, Councillor Neal.
Thank you.
Okay. So it was moved by Councillor Kerr, seconded by Mayor Barton, I believe?
Yeah.
Okay. On referring that to the item, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Aye.
None opposed. There is an additional piece of correspondence that came from the City of Oshawa, item CC08, writing the regional City of Oshawa writing the regional municipality of Durham to advise of a motion to adopt it at their April 27th, 2020 council meeting, support for financial assistance for the BIA. Could I get a motion to refer that to consideration 9.1 under notice as a motion, please?
I'll give you that motion, Joe Neal.
Joe Neal, thank you. Councillor Neal, seconded
Wilma Wadden.
by Councillor Watton.
Declaration, Marion Pietri.
Sorry.
Declaration, Marion Pietri.
The clerk, have you noted Councillor Marion Pietri's declaration? Okay. All those in favor?
Mr. Chair, I think Mayor Carter has a declaration as well.
Oh, sorry, Mayor Carter.
Yes, I've got a declaration. I made sure the paperwork was in regards to this item and the other item.
So, okay, the declarations are noted by the clerk. They were done in the beginning. So I will call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Opposed? None. That carries. We do have one delegation. Mr. Malash, are you on the line? Mr. Malash? Okay, just one moment, please. Hello, Mr. Malash? Mr. Malash?
Mr. Chair, I'll give you a motion for a 15-minute break while you reestablish or establish whether he's prepared to make a delegation or not.
So just one second. Thank you, Councillor Neal. So why don't we, I'll accept that, a motion for a 15-minute break. We will get Mr. Malash connected. I
John
need a
Neal
seconded by Councillor
John.
Neal. So all those in favor of a 15-minute break?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None, that carries. Feel free to join us and bring your lunch, members of council, and we'll talk, we'll be back at 12:05, so make sure you're back. Thank you and enjoy your break.
I'm just going to
Members of Council, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. I'm going to ask the clerk to take a roll call, please.
Anderson.
I am here.
Ash.
Present.
Barton.
Present.
Beth Haddon.
Present.
Brenner.
Present.
Carter.
Present.
Chapman.
Present.
Collier.
Yep.
Crawford.
Here.
Dies. No response, absent. Not present. Drew. Not present. Foster.
Here.
Hyatt.
Present.
Kerr. Not present. Leahy. Lee.
Present.
Marin Pietri.
Present.
McLean.
Present.
Mitchell.
Present.
Mulcahy.
Present.
John Neal.
Present.
Joe Neal.
Here.
Nicholson.
Present.
Bickles.
Present.
Roy. Not present. Smith.
Present.
Watton.
Present.
Amata.
Present.
Kerr's present. And Chair Henry's present.
Good afternoon.
Mayor Drew is present.
Councilor Drew is present. I want to remind members of council to put your phones on mic.
Mute.
Or on mute, sorry. Okay. Mr. Malashi, you're on the line. Pardon? Mr. Malash, star number 6 will unmute your phone.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you now, Mr. Malash. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Hello and good afternoon. I believe councilors have already received my speaking notes. In case they haven't had the chance to read them, and for the benefit of anyone watching online, I will now repeat them. As indicated on my delegation request, I was speaking about Councillor Joe Neal's motion regarding a
Can you ask him to please speak up?
Okay,
Mr.
hang on.
Mr. Malash, please speak up.
Okay. Going to handheld. As indicated on my delegation request, I will be speaking about Councillor Joe Neal's motion regarding a property tax reduction or refund for Durham residents and/or businesses. I think the councillor has painted an accurate picture of the status of several region businesses and residents who are feeling the severe financial impact of the lockdown. I think that is indisputable. Councillor Neal also feels that the federal and provincial relief programs are not entirely adequate, or in some cases may exclude some worthy recipients. I agree. I also agree with the councillor that the region not only has the financial wherewithal, but the responsibility to provide some financial relief for those who have been most affected by the lockdown. I think, therefore, that this council should give serious consideration to an immediate relief program for qualifying taxpayers and businesses. Of course, there's always the challenge of determining who is entitled to any relief, but the motion refers to a means test and also to taxpayers and businesses who have been approved by their respective lower-tier municipalities. So presumably, fully deserving recipients can be clearly identified. There will, of course, be a cost to any such relief program, and the motion makes reference to a rebate program not to exceed a cost of $25 million. This may sound like a great deal of money for an unplanned expense, which will have to be absorbed by the region. It may be a lot of money for the lower-tier municipalities, but is well within the region's financial capability. The region has both the finances and the liquidity to provide this money, and on short notice. Incidentally, The provision of any relief program will not significantly affect either your financial position or your AAA rating. I think your senior financial staff can confirm that. I do have one concern about the wording of the motion, and that is the reference to providing relief, quote, for the duration of the emergency, unquote. This open-ended time frame is concerning and should be reconsidered. Other than that, I think the motion is responsible and appropriate. Finally, I just want to say that you all have had the experience of taking considerable time and trouble to draft a motion. You always hope your fellow councillors will support your motion, but if your motion is defeated, you can probably accept the loss if the motion was extensively debated and seriously considered. The failure to thoroughly and appropriately discuss a motion is disappointing, disheartening, and disrespectful to the person who took the time and trouble to draft it. Councillor Neal's motion addresses a serious matter and should be thoroughly debated in order to make a responsible and informed decision. Please do so. That's the end of my notes, and I'm available to answer any questions as long as they're not difficult.
Thank you, Mr. Malash. Members of council, just going to remind you that you use the chat section if you want to speak, but right now I will ask, is there any member of council wishing to speak or question Mr. Malash's presentation? I'll ask one more time. Any member of council with questions for Mr. Malash? Hearing none, thank you very much for participating today, Mr. Malash.
Okay, thank you for your time and attention. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Members of council, we'll move on to section 9, notices of motions. First notice of motion is found on page 47 of your agenda.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a clarification question, Councillor Neal?
Sure,
just
go ahead.
Clarification on procedure, because it was mentioned that once a speaker, they leave the meeting, but I assume that anybody's free to join, listen to the online feed or whatever of the meeting. Like, is it being webcast, or
yeah,
any member of the public can listen to the meeting, right?
Yes, our meeting is being webcast.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's also, I believe, is on Rogers as well. Okay, members, council will go to...
Councillor Neal and the Rogers are having some difficulty getting into it, so with the public. So I'll just let you know that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I am going to ask members of council to turn to page 47. Notices motion, item 9.1, immediate financial assistance to relieve regional business improvement area, moved by Councillor Kerr and Councillor Leahy. Just give me 1 second. Members of council, this is it's been published and there's proper notice. Councillor Kerr, feel free, if you choose, you may read your motion, but all members of council have it before you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm online, am I?
You are online. We can hear you.
Thank you. Are the members of the public able to read this as well?
So it is part of the agenda. It was posted on our website as part of the agenda.
Okay, so they may not see it. So if you'll just bear with me. I know it's a lengthy motion. I tried to capture the essence of what the appended letter from the BIAs in the region have said. So you'll just bear with me, and I do have a couple of clarifying statements at the end. So
okay, before you start, Councillor Leahy, you're on the line as the seconder?
I certainly am. Sure.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Chair Henry. As the various business improvement area organizations after this BIAs provide vital support to and advocate for local businesses and the achievement of regional growth and strategic planning. And whereas regional BIAs will provide a vital role in the rejuvenation of local business during and after the COVID-19 pandemic, and whereas regional BIAs will provide a vital role in the rejuvenation of tourism, economic development, and sense of community in their respective municipalities during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas BIAs build on the idea that pooled social and financial resources within a commercial area can improve the opportunity to generate revenue for local businesses and their employees, and whereas the cultural, historical, and commercial significance of traditional main streets brings with it the need for stewardship and investment in order to move through anticipated and continuous economic cycles, including this COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas the BIA district levy works to promote and advertise their respective downtowns, leading to increased foot traffic and tourism benefits, which in turn shifts the general business mindset from independent wealth to the collective benefit. And whereas the BIAs offer a window for government at all levels to see what's happening in commercial districts across the region of Durham, which makes BIAs essential for the revitalization, marketing, promotion, and advocacy of regional downtowns. And whereas successful BIAs have a revolutionary impact on the identity of the region, turning obsolete commercial areas into highly sought after urban environments, including hosting over 40 community events and programs region-wide. And whereas the region's growth plan is highly dependent on the success of the BIAs, and whereas Durham BIAs, if considered as a collective whole, are a fabric of the region and are the largest employers with over 20,000 local employees. And whereas the province ordered the closing of all non-essential businesses and regional BIA businesses, and they're economically burdened while their doors are closed in these unprecedented and uncertain times of the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas regional BIAs need to continue to operate to develop essential programming and to maintain economic and strategic planning services to local businesses now as a beacon of hope for when we ultimately will pass through this COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas this ask will result in keeping extra money in small businesses' pockets to manage during these challenging times of the COVID-19 pandemic, while knowing that the BIA organization they founded is prepared to kickstart the recovery process and to help them after the pandemic has passed. And whereas the BIA ask will equate to less than 0.00025% of the Durham region's 2020 budgeted gross overall expenditures, but its return on investment from a multiplier effect will result in over $200 million in economic stimulus and impact through regional BIA programs and events. Therefore, be it resolved that the regional municipality of Durham provide immediate financial assistance in the form of an estimated $350,000 grant to relieve regional BIA members of 25% or one fiscal quarter of budgeted BIA monies. Now, Mr. Chair, I'd like to speak to this very briefly because it's been a very long and detailed motion, but I have a couple of other comments, if you will.
Go ahead.
Thank you. 3 points. Just to clarify this, because it was a long motion, the purpose of the grant is to eliminate levy fees for the BIA members for the upcoming quarter to provide economic relief. In addition to this and subsequent to this, at the same time, the funding will enable regional BIAs to continue operations, including developing jumpstart events and programming and new programs to help the recovery. And lastly, it is a proportionate distribution depending on the size of the BIA. I think those would be my concluding comments. my seconder may want to refer this to staff to examine the best way to move this forward for perhaps approval at the May meeting or not. But either way, those conclude my comments, and thank you very much for your patience, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Leahy.
Yeah, no, I was just wanting to see if there's any other comments for other members of council, and then depending on those, I could refer to staff.
Okay. We have a number of people on the speakers list. First is Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this. I will not be supporting this request for a number of reasons. I'd like to outline them directly and distinctly as I can. One, the BIA, I can only speak for Oshawa. I will not be speaking for the other BIAs, as I'm not that familiar with them. But the BIA in Oshawa has just increased its budget from a little over $200,000 to over $600,000 this year alone. And the vast majority of that expenditure was intended for events over the summer months. Now, these events have been eliminated due to provincial regulations and directions, yet the money is still being collected. That's one point. So the justification for the net financial need, in my view, has not been indicated, and we have had no information given to us as a regional council on the budgetary status of the BIA so we can determine if there's an actual need or not. Secondly, the BIAs are a self-financing operation where the members itself fund the BIA. They are not subsidized by the general taxpayer. What is being requested here is a transfer of responsibility from the BIA members to the general taxpayers, many of which are local businesses that operate outside the boundaries of the BIA. In essence, you're asking already stressed businesses within Durham region that are outside the BIAs to provide a subsidy to the businesses in the BIAs that they themselves are not eligible to receive. If we're serious about providing financial assistance and startup funds to business, it should occur during a comprehensive report and response, which I believe staff are working on actively at this time. I was also raised the point that the estimate that a budget of $350,000 will result in a $200 million worth of economic stimulus. If that were accurate, we should be hiring all the BIs to run the country, because the return on investment of $200 million for a $350,000 investment is astonishing. I think, to be fair to say, the numbers are made up and there's no justification to prove that particular analysis. Lastly, and I think we have to be fair in our processes, we offered a interest-free loan to our local boards of trades and Chamber of Commerce in order to assist them on many of the very same items that BIAs are requesting to get from us. If the regional municipality were to consider any aid to the BIAs, I believe it should be in the form of a interest-free loan until they get their full funding later in the year. If not, I can see the boards of trade and the chambers of commerce knocking on our door in a matter of days, asking for the same grant privilege that they were not able to get in the previous recommendation. I am all for aiding business. I'm all for trying to find ways to assist, especially our small business, recover from this crisis. But we can't do it with ad hoc motions like this. We need to do it with a comprehensive response, and I believe our staff are actively working on that, and I look forward to their recommendations and how we move forward. Lastly, and I think probably most importantly, we also need to stress is that if the BIAs receive this assistance, we are going to have a lot of organizations in our community, both inside the downtowns and outside, asking for a similar grant from the region. And I can think of an awful lot of aid groups right now that would be desperate to get this kind of money to assist the homeless and others in our society, provide a needed response through this crisis. So those are my comments, Mr. Chairman. At the very least, this should not be voted on today and should be referred to the overall economic plan. But my preference would be to simply say no today if council so wishes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to say, Brian, I don't think there's a single point that I don't disagree with you on. You actually hit many of my speaking points. I think that BIAs really work very differently across the region. I would definitely want to know if this could even be, is this is even possible through the Municipal Act, and also how the monies, if it were to be passed, would be distributed either through municipalities or directly to BIAs. But I really think that before we even consider this, we need to have this sent back to staff and have a report given back to us so we know exactly what we are voting for and how this could be done, if it's even possible to be done. I'd be happy to make that motion. I know you have quite a speakers list, but I'm happy to make that motion now.
Point of order, Chair. Councillor Crawford has spoken to it and can't move that motion.
Okay, that's fine. I'm done.
Okay, so please, whoever, make sure your mics are muted. There's something playing in the background. And Mayor Collier, you are the third speaker, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. We in Ajax have dealt with this by asking our BAAs to voluntarily reduce their budgets. We recognize that many of these events that make up the majority of a BIA's budget are events for promotion. Now, given the fact, and I'll use the Ajax statistic, that 60% of our businesses are closed in the BIA areas, and also that we've canceled all permits up until, I believe, July 15th, most of these events are not going to happen. So it makes no sense to collect these levies, and then basically, if the money's not spent, it gets refunded the next year back to the BIA members anyway. So putting them in even more duress right now is ridiculous. So we've had our BIAs reduce the levies. On one of them, they've reduced it down to $5,000. On another one, they've reduced it down to $30,000. And our council has the opportunity to reduce it further if we want to, which is, I think, not a bad thing to do. That being said, the Regional Economic Development Department's already working on a lot of ways to support businesses. We had a 2-hour conference call yesterday afternoon to discuss all of these things and all of these ideas on how the region can work with the BIAs and promote them and help once we start to reopen and come out of this crisis. So we're already doing all of this work. Third thing is, speaking to one of the residents or one of the businesses in the Pickering Village, their BIA levy per year is $70, which is probably about on average. Now that works out to, what, $5.80 something cents a month. That amount is built into their rent, and nobody is going to be refunding that amount back. And that's at the full rate. That's not the unreduced levy. That's the full levy. No landlord is going to refund $6 or less a month back to the tenant. Let's be honest. So this money is not going to benefit the tenants or the businesses. It will benefit potentially the landlords. So I could go on and on. There's a lot more reasons. I won't repeat what Councillors Crawford and Nicholson have said, but they're absolutely correct on this. This is not something that falls under us to deal with, and I think there's enough provisions in place to help these businesses, and we are already doing a lot of those things through our regional economic development and our local economic development teams. But I would recommend that other municipalities, if they haven't already, give the direction to their BIAs to review their budgets and make those reductions and not put their members under this undue hardship that can easily be avoided. I will not be supporting the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next on the list is Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, but I'm not going to be very long because the previous speakers echoed what I was about to say and echoed the points I was about to make. Other than saying that most businesses lie outside the BIA, so it would be unfair. It would be unfair to all those other businesses. So, as I said, the 3 previous speakers echoed my sentiments exactly. So, thank you.
Councillor Watton.
Thank you, Chair Henry. I concur with the previous councillors, although I fully appreciate the spirit of the motion. My point also would have been about the Invest Durham and the Downtowns of Durham proposal that they're working on, and the website and to promote things and so on. And that is a direct regional project that would certainly assume is also taking financial monies from our budget. So I too think that while the motion speaks too much of what is necessary, I believe the Economic Task Force is already working on it, as Mayor Collier alluded to. So I too will not be supporting the motion. Thank you, Chair Henry.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Joe Neal.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the mover, I just have a question. So, for example, in Curtis, there isn't a BIA, so I'm just wondering how you would reconcile the fact that there may be businesses that are struggling in Curtis versus, say, a business in a BIA area which is actually doing quite well for whatever reason, maybe, yet they're sort of getting relief versus the non-BIA business which is struggling. How do you reconcile that? If the idea is to try to get money to, I guess, struggling businesses.
Councillor Kerr?
Well, I would think that a BIA executive director could answer that question better than I. Where do the businesses in Clarendon get their support from?
So you're asking me a question?
I'm giving you a counter question.
Oh.
Yeah, that is not something that we do, so, I don't know.
Okay.
The question was made to you, Councillor Kerr. If you don't have the answer, just say it, and we'll move on.
Yeah, I'm not in a position to speak for Clarendon, so I guess I would pass on that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Neal. You have the floor.
Okay, so I will give you a referral motion back to staff, Mr. Chair. I didn't speak to it, I just asked a question.
No, you asked the question to the mover of the motion, so you're giving a referral back to staff.
Yes.
Is there someone on the line that would second that?
I would second that, Mr. Chair.
That was Mayor Barton.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I will call the vote on the refer back to staff.
Recorded vote.
May I ask who called for the recorded vote?
Councillor Nicholson.
Councillor Nicholson called for a recorded vote. So this was moved by Councillor Joe Neal, seconded by Mayor Barton. The clerk will now do the recorded vote.
I can hear dishes clanking in the background, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, can you please, whoever, make sure your computer is on mute? Thank you, and
Sounds like the dishwasher is being emptied or something.
So now the clerk will do the vote, please.
Anderson.
Yes.
Ash.
Yes.
Barton.
Yes.
Beth Haddon.
Yes.
Brenner.
Yes.
Carter.
Declaration.
Declaration.
Chapman.
Yes.
Collier.
I'd rather deal with this today. No.
Crawford.
Yes.
Dies. Dies. Not present. Drew.
Yes.
Foster.
Yes.
Hyatt.
Yes.
Kerr.
Yes.
Leahy.
Yes.
Lee.
Yes.
We just wasted all this time. They're going to refer this back to staff. But why? It should just be
Make sure your microphones are on mute, please.
Mayor Piatti, you had a conflict of interest?
Declaration as well, yes.
Yes. McLean?
No.
Mitchell?
Yes.
Mulcahy?
Yes.
John Neal?
Yes.
Joe Neal?
Yes.
Nicholson?
Yes.
Pickles?
Yes.
Roy?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Watton?
Yes.
Yamada?
Yes.
Chair Henry?
Yes. That carries. Members of council, we'll move on to item 9.2, waiving of overage charges on LTE network rural mobile phone subscribers. It's located on page 48 of your agenda. Moved by Councilors Brenners and Pickles. Councilor Brenner?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to read it out, but if I may speak to it, it's pretty straightforward. Durham Region has many, many areas that currently do not have access to internet through broadband. And what's come to light is that there's many communities that are in our areas unserviced that are currently, even like today, relying on their mobile devices through the LTE network system. Those residents have already been advised of possible overcharges that makes it next to impossible to be able to access the kind of things that our communities and residents need to access, such as our council meetings or such as any of the other virtual type meetings that are taking place across the region. So I'm asking for council support to have this matter referred to the CRTC and to the appropriate federal minister so that this matter can be addressed federally to make it a much better level playing field for all of our residents to be able to have access to the critical information during this crisis. And I'll ask for a recorded vote.
Okay. Councilor Pickles, as a seconder?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Chair. And I think, the most important point to note is in the second whereas. Many rural communities do not have access to broadband internet. Obviously, people are spending a lot more time at home. They're conducting business. They're talking to their families. Many of them, without the access at their homes, probably would have used access at the places of business or somewhere else. But they're being responsible and they're staying home. The federal government and I believe the provincial government has previously identified broadband internet as an essential service, but it's an essential service that a lot of our residents in the rural communities do not have. So I don't think because of COVID-19 they should be unduly penalized for a service that they can't even obtain at their places where they reside. And therefore, I think it's appropriate to ask the federal government to address the situation in the interim until we can establish internet broadband. And I know the lower tier municipalities and the region of Durham have been very keen on pushing this forward, but we're not there yet, and they don't have the broadband internet service that they rely on, so they shouldn't be subject unduly to these charges. So I would appreciate everyone's support for our rural citizens in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Foster?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. So a couple of questions. And I'll make a comment that I'm going to chew on a very familiar bone. Access to broadband is not a rural issue. There are many, many spots in Clarington that don't have broadband and probably in urban settings right across Durham region. So this helps more than just rural. But I don't know if staff, I don't know if Simon is there or perhaps Mr. Bridgman can shed some light on the motion. And I don't know if smaller providers have the financial wherewithal to do this. Do we have any? Does staff have any insight on this? So notionally, I'm quite supportive, but I know nothing about the financial ramifications to some of the carriers.
you, Mr. Chair, it's Brian Bridgman speaking. I mean, we do have a general awareness of what the coverage is. Survey work is in the process of being completed to try and get even more complete information in terms of where the gaps are.
So, Mr. Bridgman, sorry, I'll interrupt you. Sorry, I probably didn't articulate the question clearly enough. So the question is, in moving forward with this motion, which is to reduce charges, do we have any sense whatsoever as to what any, I'm going to call them unintended consequences to some of the carriers? And I'm thinking of some of the smaller ones.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the short answer is no. I don't have a sense in specific dollar terms. We've heard anecdotally stories of overage charges, but in a bigger picture, we don't have that information.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mayor Barton.
Yes, this is a critical issue for us in Uxbridge. We've got large areas without any other coverage other than cellular. Most of the small regional point of sight carriers already have unlimited data. The big issue is the people that only have options with cellular, and it's the people using mobile hubs. So I am supporting this motion, and it's critical for my residents.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to commend the movers for bringing this motion forward, and for Mayor Barton for his strong push for it. I think it is definitely a step in the right direction. I could speak from my own experience that there are many parts in the urban communities that share the same problem with holes in the service, and they're in the same issue. I think what we've got here is the first step in a bit of a fight back by the communities and the users about some of the massive charges that we're seeing in the carriers. It's my experience that the smaller carriers tend to be more cost effective. But some of the large carriers seem to simply think they control the marketplace, and therefore the price goes up and up at all times. I think what we need beyond this motion is for the CRTC to do a complete investigation into the charges that are given by these carriers. When you compare what we're paying here in Canada for internet and text, etc., compared to other countries. Can you hear me again? Because it popped off.
We can still hear you.
Still here. Sorry. I think we need to
TV on or something, a radio or something.
Yeah. Members of council, please mute your devices, please. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate that. I just think we need to support this motion today, but in the future, I think this council would be well versed to make a secondary approach to the CRTC and to the federal government for a complete investigation into the charges, because the fees paid in other countries, as equally developed and equally distant as our country, are much, much less, and we're seeing all our users being harmed by these high prices. The crisis has only exacerbated the problem. So I will be passing and supporting the motion, and I thank it for being brought forward, but it should be just the first step in a regional approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of council, when you're coming online, someone has a device that's running, whether it's radio or TV. Can you please turn it off? Our next speaker is Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to echo what Regional Councillor Nicholson was saying in terms of our long-term approach with the CRTC outside of COVID-19. I think we have an opportunity to advocate for MVNOs, which are mobile virtual network operators, which allows smaller companies to use the existing infrastructure of the larger big three companies, because ultimately in the country we only have 3 large providers. I would definitely support the motion. I would ask, maybe possibly as a friendly amendment, to also include the CEOs of Bell, TELUS, and Rogers. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think the CRTC can mandate overage pricing or pricing in general. I think they can kind of do policy and let the carriers respond. So I think if we copy the CEOs, it'll let them know how serious the region is. But that is all. Thank you.
Councillor John Neal.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and I would like to thank the mover and the seconder bringing this motion forward. I think it's very worthwhile, and I would just ask, or can I make a friendly moment that it be copied to the municipalities as well? I guess that's what I'm asking. So I don't know if I need an answer right now, but I'll just make that comment. Thank you very much.
We can do that as direction.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. One of my questions has been asked. I do agree with Councillor Lee. I'm not aware that we are able to direct CRTC, but I do believe that many of the larger carriers have already waived all data overages, so this would only apply to the smaller, but I will be supporting it, and my question has been asked. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. And my question, this overemphasized the value of having high-speed internet broadband to all communities. And Mayor Foster alluded to that. It's not only the rural communities, but in town in Curtis, service isn't readily available for broadband. We're living in the 21st century. We have tremendous reserve. There's no reason why we can't get high-speed internet broadband to all our communities. It's an investment. It's economic development. So I will be wholeheartedly supporting this motion, and it's time we stop paying lip service to internet broadband and get it done in all our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. That exhausts my list in the chat section. Is there any other member of council wishing
Sorry,
to
Mr.
speak?
Chair, it's Bill McLean here. I had sent you a
Mayor
little
Petrie as well.
message.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor, Councillor McLean.
Thank you very much. I'm certainly going to support this motion. And as recently as the other day, I was talking to our Member of Parliament, Jennifer O'Connell, about broadband and the lack of service in our northern parts. And I know that she is working very hard as our Member of Parliament with her colleagues to advance this. So I think this is a good relief for those that are suffering due to this lack of service. So I will be supporting this motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I'd ask you on your speakers list as well, Joe Neal.
Okay.
On the chat.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you see it, but as I get to you, I am signaling back through a thumbs up on your chat section. So the next speaker is Councillor Mayor Petrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to echo the comments made by Mayor Foster with respect to this motion. I do believe that it should be noted that urban areas do have some deficiencies and are currently underserviced. I'll give you an example of the area around the university and college at Camp Samak, as well as the general vicinity between the Whitby border and Oshawa. That area there continues to be deficient. So in voting on this matter, I believe it should be considered that it not just be a rural matter, but one that affects everyone. So I will be supporting the motion, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Joe Neal.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. So just so I'm clear, if you don't see a thumbs up, what does that mean? Oh, there it goes. Okay. I guess through you to staff, I don't recall ever a letter going to a regulatory agency or the chair of a regulatory agency. Is that a bit not like writing a letter to a judge? You know, like you're not supposed to do that because they're like a quasi judicial body. So,
Mr. Bridgman.
I think it's more of a legal question, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hunt, are you on the line?
I am on the line, and your initial instinct might have been correct to send this to Commissioner Bridgman, but I can say that we do, I think, from time to time, make representations to bodies like the CRTC. Councillor Neal is correct. It is a quasi-judicial body in that they do make decisions, but they also make policy.
So there's no issue with doing that.
I'm certainly not concerned on the policy end. Commissioner Bridgman might have a better answer for you.
Mr. Bridgman?
For you, Mr. Chair, I don't have any recollection off the top of us writing to this or any other similar body, but
sure.
I would take the advice of Mr. Hunt, and it doesn't raise any concerns from my standpoint.
So I guess question: are we copying enough higher up people? I would have thought maybe we'd want to copy a few more higher ups than what's on there. But does it come in the terminology like what's an LTE network?
Through you, Mr. Chair, LTE stands for long-term evolution, and I understand it's like 4G wireless, but that's the extent of my technical expertise.
So is this just directed towards cell phone use for internet through the chair?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not. We're not talking about home. We're not talking about home providers at all, like non-internet based or non-mobile phone based.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Leahy?
Perfect. Oh, thank you, Chair Henry. Yeah, just again, fully supportive of the motion that has come forward here. There, as mentioned by Councillor Marin-Pietri, there are pockets within each of our community that don't have great cell service, and they're not fully north or rural. I can totally understand the concerns of our northern members of the community, so fully supportive of this motion. Thank you.
So that exhausts the speakers list on the chat section.
Chair Henry, it's Councillor Pickles here. Do you need a friendly amendment, or do you need direction to include the 3 CEOs as well as the lower tier municipalities?
No, I just took that as
okay,
direction.
thank you.
Okay, so I believe a recorded vote was called. So I will have the clerk do that. Mr. Clerk.
Councillor Anderson?
Yes.
Ash?
Yes.
Barton?
Yes.
Beth Haddon?
Yes.
Brenner?
Yes.
Carter?
Yes.
Chapman?
Yes.
Collier?
Yes.
Crawford?
Yes. Yes.
Dies. Absent. Drew?
Yes.
Foster?
Yes.
Hyatt?
Yes.
Kerr?
Yes.
Leahy?
Yes.
Lee? Absent.
Yes.
Oh, present. And
Sorry,
voting
yes.
yes. Marin-Pietri?
Yes.
McLean?
Yes.
Mitchell?
Yes.
Mulcahy?
Yes.
John Neal?
Yes.
Joe Neal?
Yes.
Nicholson?
Yes.
Pickles?
Yes.
Roy?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Watton?
Yes.
Yamada?
Yes.
Chair Henry.
Yes. That carries. Members of council, we'll move on to page 49, item 9.3, a temporary bylaw to reduce or refund taxes for residential and taxpayers whose taxes have become unduly burdensome due to COVID-19. Moved by Councillor Joe Neal, Councillor John Neal. Councillor Joe Neal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this, the intent of this is really directed towards the taxpayers who have been really impacted economically and financially by the shutdown. So I'm thinking, for example, taxpayers that are restaurant workers, retail staff, you know, they're through no fault of their own, they've been put out of a job, could last a number of months. So if they own a house, my concern is, are they going to have a decision between paying their taxes and putting food on the table? The other part that is included in this is, for example, a small business owner. But the intent of this is not to provide a direct subsidy to the small business owner on their business taxes. But again, I look at the example of a person who owns a hairdressing salon that's been shut down. They probably, or they may own a house. So although the current legislation doesn't permit us to give any consideration under this section of the Municipal Act that I've quoted, Section 365, we could consider them to be unduly burdened for their residential taxes. And the point that I think is really key here is a deferral of their taxes won't work in the long run, because let's say the shutdown lasts maybe until June, July, hopefully it doesn't drag into the fall, or I think we're all going to have big issues. But a deferral just means that that bill's coming due later. And if they start up, they go back to work, they start up, they're simply going to have double the payments. So I'm asking the regional council to consider that over the years, I think our financial management has put a lot of rainy day money aside. So to me, this is the rainy day. This is unprecedented, certainly in my lifetime, and hopefully it doesn't happen again, where basically private business en masse is shut down. Some businesses are still operating, but the private sector, there's going to be a lot of pain out there. So what I'm asking is a couple things. For example, in Clarington, we are looking very seriously at, we've approved something in principle where we're going to take a certain amount of money and we're going to devote that to certain taxpayers who meet a certain financial test. We're working on that, and we're going to put meat on the bones, but we've approved that in principle. So what I'm suggesting is if for example, a municipality like Clarington comes through with that, but the region doesn't, then we're just doing part of the job. And again, I think as the motion indicates, approximately 50% of anybody's taxes, give or take a couple of points, are for the region. Now, what I'm asking also to consider is that we consider a 50% rebate if, for example, a taxpayer in a local municipality is approved by the local municipality, and the local municipality is coming to the table, the region should as well. And I know the normal region policy is we don't do anything unless everybody's doing the exact same thing. And I understand that, but this is an unusual situation. So if you're going to demand total uniformity from every municipality in the region before the region gets on board, it won't happen. It'll just die under administrative burden. So ideally, I'd like to see that. I think we'd all like to see something like that, perhaps, but it can't hold the entire program up, and that's what I'm suggesting. So what's at the heart of this is, for example, if a municipality says, we're going to try and help out these taxpayers, And these aren't taxpayers that are well-heeled. So a well-heeled taxpayer, you don't qualify. We're going to try and design it so that you have to meet a fairly stringent test, and then you're going to be eligible. And it's temporary. This is not meant to be anything other than dealing with this particular crisis, which is kind of a once-in-a-lifetime event. And as I indicated earlier, if ever you're going to use rainy day funds that the region has, and the region has quite a bit, again, to me, there's been pretty wise financial management over the years, and with our current treasurer and the treasurer that preceded our current treasurer, always kept the region's money, well preserved. This is the rainy day. So I'd ask council to support this. I will ask for a recorded vote. And you can always come up with 100 reasons why you can't do something. But to me, this is where the region and the local municipalities in Durham need to be part of the solution, not just leaving it up to the upper levels of government, whether it's the federal government, the provincial government. They're doing their part, but the region needs to step in and also come to the table.
Councillor Neal, you must wrap up.
Yep, that's it.
Okay, thank you. We have a number of speakers. First speaker, Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will not be supporting this motion. I think it's ill-conceived, and I think the details are sketchy at best. I wholeheartedly believe the region needs to step up and do more to assist people during this crisis. But the method being suggested here is probably the least effective approach we could take to provide assistance to people. We have many steps that we can take, and I believe we're going to undertake in the next few months through the plan being brought forward by our staff. And I think that the monies that we have should be something that is well thought out, something that is part of a comprehensive response that works in tandem with the federal and provincial governments so that we can be effective in what we do, not simply throwing dollars at the wall and hoping it sticks. There are also many groups in our society, seniors and others, who need dedicated response programs that go to meet their individual needs. We have people that are homeless who need dedicated funds going to their specific needs. We have people who are trying to respond to this crisis all across the board. And I think targeted responses to deal with specific issues are a far more effective approach in trying to provide assistance to our communities than simply taking a large pile of money and throwing it out there and hoping for the best. I know it's great politics. I know it's great optics. I know some people will beat their chest and tell about the fine motion they put forward. But at the end of the day, in this crisis more than any, what we need to do is have clear heads, good plans, appropriate programs, and targeted responses. We don't need tokenism. We need real responses to deal with the real issues out there so that we can save lives and help people moving forward. And I believe our business community needs that same approach as well. So at this point, I think this is a poorly thought out approach, and I think we need a far more comprehensive plan to address this very, very serious problem in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Collier?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you, Chair. Wow, twice in one day, I absolutely agree with everything Brian Nicholson has said, so thanks, Brian. I understand that Clarington's approved something like this in principle, but I'm not sure what approving something in principle really does. If Clarington wants to waive property taxes, then that's fine, but they're going to have to figure out what projects don't get done, what services will be cut, what new user fees will need to be initiated to make up the difference. I mean, this is kind of why we don't have a seniors property tax rebate, because if we take away from one, we have to make it up somewhere else. There is no middle ground. I can speak for Ajax, say that we've not considered this, and I have no intent on bringing anything like this forward. I can think of a number of reasons why this is going to be problematic. First, I don't know how this will be policed. I mean, we dealt with the same type of issue with transit fares and bringing in a low-income type transit fares. How do you determine what the number is, and how do you make sure you're using current data, and how do you make sure that people who are who need it are getting it, and not people who are trying to play the system. Like logistically, this is going to be a real onerous task. Second, this hasn't been costed. This is basically a blank check. Enough said on that. Third, municipalities, we can't run a deficit. Our reserves, especially at the region, we've been moving to free up some of those to move us forward from an economic development standpoint, to get servicing in place, to get broadband fiber in place in our roads, to move forward a number of initiatives. And we're going to need those to fund the many plans that are being developed right now. I already referred, when I spoke last time, to the 2-hour call that we had yesterday on the economic development outlook. And once we reopen the economy, those reserves are going to be needed to move forward those plans and policies. And finally, the federal government, who has access to many different funding streams, have come out with many different programs that are helping a lot of people who are affected. They haven't got everybody yet. I think seniors are still feeling they haven't been addressed, but most people have been, whether it's through rent subsidy or wage subsidy or the Canada Emergency CERB, whatever it is, have been able to be topped up in some way. And also, most, if not all, of our municipalities have waived penalties and interest on property tax payments. We've done it in Ajax for 60 days. We can certainly extend that if this goes longer, based on what's needed. You're right, Councillor Neal, it does have to be repaid, but we all have already passed our budgets. And like I said, we're not able to run deficits. And speaking for Ajax, we've not only lost a significant amount of property tax revenue, everybody also all their recreation fee revenue, we've also lost all of our casino revenues. So these are all numbers that were factored into our budgets that we don't have. So to start carving off property taxes as well, either municipally or regionally, is going to we keep talking about, undue burden on businesses. Well, we're a business, and we are experiencing, both regionally and municipally, all the same things as far as staffing costs and operating and loss of revenue that all the other businesses are experiencing. And I have written letters to our federal MP and shared with Lumco, so all the Lumco mayors have seen this as well, requesting that the federal government, and actually Lumco issued a motion, a resolution yesterday to the federal government requesting that a package be made available to municipalities, because we are experiencing the exact same issues that our businesses are. So I'll stop talking there, but I will not be supporting this. And I will ask for a recorded vote if there hasn't been one already. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Mitchell.
Yes, thank you, Chair Henry. Again, I'm kind of following on the same comments, but I appreciate the intention, but the notion of our being able to sort out what unduly burdensome means at a practical level and identify a means test and apply it across this region in some kind of an equitable way sounds to me like it's pretty impractical. I think if there is any sense that this resolution might actually pass, we should definitely hear from Commissioner Taylor on what would be involved practically in implementing something like this, because I think there's a whole lot of concerns. And I'll make this comment now, probably later, because there's another item on the agenda I want to speak to, but we just have to be very careful about how we spend our money, because there's no assurance we're going to get any relief from any senior level of government at any time. We're going to be, there's a good chance we'll be in this on our own. We're in a bit of a hole now for good reasons. Certainly not criticizing anybody, but the services we provide regionally and locally, I mean, they are critical to maintaining a good quality of life, and particularly to the most vulnerable residents who rely disproportionately on municipal services for their quality of life. So we have to stay healthy ourselves, and I just don't see this as a wise expenditure of dollars we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Foster.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. So a couple of comments. I'm going to agree, again, with a lot of things that Councillor Nicholson spoke to. And I wasn't going to speak to this. If to echo Mayor Mitchell's comments, if there's a sense that this passes, we do need to hear from Ms. Taylor. At the very best, this should be referred back to staff, which in fact is what happened at Clarington. So, Councillor Nicholson, you asked what I think it was you what in principle meant. It might have been Mayor Collier. We had a report come back from the treasurer suggesting that the treasurers across Durham region, including Ms. Taylor, are looking at stimulus packages. So this work is going. As I'd alluded to earlier in the meeting this morning, we haven't had to direct our treasurers or regional finance to go out and do the work. They're well aware that things need to happen. And I think they're well aware that if there is a time to spend money on ECDEV, now is the time. I think they will all agree that whatever we do, and hopefully what Clarington Council ultimately agrees on, is something that is integrated with what the federal government is doing, the provincial government, as well as regionally. We have, I won't speak to the region, we have at Clarington enough money to do something once. If we get it wrong, it's going to be a complete loss of that money and a hugely, misuse of an opportunity to have a meaningful impact. So I fully expect that Clarington will want to do something in terms of ECDEV. We do have some funds set aside for that. But Ms. Taylor, there was an allusion a little bit earlier about CIPs and that you were focused on CIPs. But can you speak to the work that you're doing with the area treasurers in terms of trying to deal with rebooting the economy and helping people out who need help on the other side? Can you speak to that?
Ms. Taylor?
Thank you. Through the chair, thanks for the opportunity to comment. As was referenced, the area treasurers and myself are meeting every single week. I am also the chair of the Ontario Regional Single Tier Treasurers Group, and consistent with what the CAO referenced with her meetings with the CAOs and the regional CAO group as well, we are all looking at ways to try to figure out how best to insert stimulus. And what I mean by that is that we very much want to put funds in the right time to areas that will cause, I'll say, a multiplier effect. So we invest funds from a stimulus perspective that will generate additional spending and additional, so get jobs back into play. Those jobs then trigger people buying at restaurants and the like. So we're trying very much to look at what opportunities are available from a specific stimulus multiplier effect. And economic development is a huge key to that. And as I say, the local treasurers and I are meeting weekly and talking about what that could mean. It ties into the comments earlier around Bill 106 and bonusing. What can we do to get monies out there that will cause, as they say, a multiplier, a cascade effect throughout, so that it's not just $1 that has a bearing, it's significant dollars that have a bearing to that.
So, Ms. Taylor, we directed Mr. Pinn, our treasurer, our director of finance, to look at this and include something in the report that he's coming back to us with. I assume relief to individuals in some way, shape, or form is being looked at amongst the group as well. So something like this is under consideration. It may not be something that you're doing, but it's on the radar.
So a number of things. Hopefully many of you see these. We do issue, from a region finance perspective, a weekly CIP report on the economy and what's occurring right now. And in that, we are highlighting every single week what's been announced by the province and the feds, so that you have in one place the opportunity to see all of those consolidated moves. And many of those are specific to impacts to individuals. So the angle that we're looking at from the area treasurer's perspective, and this will expand broader with what the CAO referenced with respect to our recovery plans, is looking at starting point, the taxation. So the interest rate is the first one. Due dates are another. And then as we get further down this, we are sharing a lot of information around what's happening across the province and whether any of those opportunities might be available within either a local context or a regional context here.
Okay, thank you. So I will mercifully shut up. I do want to. There's a note here of $1 billion, and I'm sorry, you guys, as Chair of Finance, you're tired of me hearing this, but Ms. Taylor, do we have $1 billion in discretionary reserves?
We do not, and if you would like, I could certainly take a minute to speak to that issue.
So why don't we do that or do questions later, Mr. Chair? But Ms. Taylor, thank you for what you are doing and the other treasurers, and I look forward to how Durham, as an entire family, moves forward with an effective exercise in using some of those funds that we've put aside. Mr. Chair, thank you. Ms. Taylor, thank you.
Thank you. Next on the chat list is Mayor Carter. Mayor Carter, the note that you sent me that says you have a motion.
Yeah, I'd like to hold off if you don't mind, Mr. Chair. Allow those. I can see there's a lot of people on the speakers list, so I'd like to make sure I give them a fair opportunity.
So I will give you. I will come back to you for that motion. The next is Mayor Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with many of the comments that have been made. I'd just like to add that it was referenced that this is a rainy day, and indeed it is. But the region of Durham has continued providing all of our services, and some of our departments have taken a tremendous hit because of COVID, and it's really affecting everyone's budget, with no guarantee from the province or the feds that we're going to get some compensation for that. So the other comment I'd like to make is there was suggested that there would be some sort of a means test, and I would suggest that that would take a considerable amount of time and effort, taken away from other services that we have to provide at this time, to develop a means test and to administer a means test, and it might defeat the purpose because the whole exercise could take several months. That would be my comment. I will not support the motion. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor John Neal is the seconder.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And just to reiterate what I think everybody already knows, especially the mayors would have heard from the businesses. Last week, our federal government announced a handful of details on the Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance, I think it was, but there have not been complete details of the program coming out. I guess in the next in the following weeks, there's something coming out. It might be too late for some of these businesses, and I guess that's the problem. Is the businesses are trying to reach out to a number of people, like their landlords, etc. So I think any break that we can get to fill in these gaps with the provincial and federal programs is probably what we're doing here today, and trying to do that as we always do. So this has not been by any means any kind of a flippant motion. Anyone that's connected to the business community knows that they're having a hard time, and that's what this is about. And we either support our businesses on a rainy day or we don't. So it's already been asked for a recorded vote, and that's fine with me, because there are gaps, and that's what we're trying to do, is fill those gaps in. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Joe Neal, you have sent me a note, but I just want to remind you that I am going to go back to Mayor Carter, who has a motion. So did you, I'll give you some latitude here. Councillor Neal?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to reply to, and I asked for a reply, just on a couple things, Mr. Chair. It wasn't, I think Mayor Collier said it's a blank check. It's not a blank check. It's a defined amount of money, up to a certain amount of money, which it's a large amount. It's 25 million. And I thought it was roughly 2.5% of what our reserves are. So if our reserves are different than what I understand them to be, then fine. But the one point
it's not
needs to be made is this: is the business community and the people that work in private business are in a much different position than everyone that, for example, works for the region. And they are listening. And my concern is they're watching. And I think sometimes we tend to be a little tone deaf, or the region tends to be a little tone deaf.
So, Councillor Neal, not to interrupt, but this is a closing statement. I wanted to give you a chance to respond.
Right.
You're on my list. You showed up and you had a brief reply. So, unless it's quick, I'm going to move to Mayor Carter.
Well, I was just trying to reply, Mr. Chair, that in terms of this is critical, I think, for the business community. That's all. And thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Carter.
Mr. Chairman, good afternoon, sir. I make a motion to refer this to finance staff for a report.
Okay, do you
I'll second that, Mr. Chair. It's Foster.
Seconded by Mayor Foster. Do I need a recorded vote for this?
Chair?
Yes?
Sean Collier here. Just a quick question. I guess I'll call it a point of order. I just want to ensure we are not approving this in any way in principle.
No, we're not. It's being referred back to our finance staff.
Good. Thank you. Just want to make that.
Can I ask when it would be referred back? Like,
Mr. Chairman?
Back or?
Mr. Chairman?
So it would be referred back at a report at a future meeting.
Can I move an amendment to the referral?
No.
Why not?
That's fine, what you said.
Yeah, so a future meeting, we will be meeting in May. So I would expect that the staff would be able to deliver something back for the next council meeting. Oh, sorry. Wait a second.
I think we can do what we can by the next council meeting, Mr. Chair, but it really should come back in the context of our integrated recovery plan.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's unrealistic to try and get it back in the month of May. I think there's a great deal of detail and work and analytics that need to be done. I want the finance staff to make sure that they do a complete analysis and data so that we can make a proper decision at that time. So I don't want this rushed. I'd like it to be a fulsome report, please, sir.
So what we'll do is we'll leave it with staff to do it as quickly as possible. I apologize for saying May. I'm going to look for some form of a report on the recovery and all of the information that's coming forward. I'm looking to staff to say we should have that for or part of it.
I think what we can say is we will give you an update in May as to where we are in planning for the recovery and also the continuing impacts of COVID-19 on the region. For the more definitive plan, we would be targeting June.
Okay. All right. I didn't hear anybody call for a recorded vote, so although on the
recorded vote, please.
Okay, recorded vote called by Councillor Joe Neal.
Anderson.
Sorry, is this on the referral?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Ash.
No.
Barton.
Yes.
Bath Haddon.
Yes.
Brenner.
Yes.
Carter.
Yes.
Chapman.
Yes.
Collier.
No.
Crawford.
No.
Dies. Dies. Absent. Drew.
Yes.
Foster.
Point of order, Chair. She's not absent. She's having technical difficulties. She's been texting me you can't hear her. Her mic is permanently muted.
Okay, have her send a quick email. We'll have the clerk send her an email.
No, she should send us an email saying how she voted.
Yeah. So could she send us an email telling us how she has voted? Councillor Dice, if you can hear us?
Can hear us, but I will send that message, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Foster.
Yes.
Councillor Hyatt.
Yes.
Kerr. Councillor Kerr.
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Leahy.
Yes.
Councillor Lee.
Yes.
Councillor Marin Pietri.
Yes.
Councillor McLean.
No.
Councillor Mitchell.
No.
Councillor Mulcahy.
No.
Councillor John Neal.
Yes.
Councillor Joe Neal.
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson.
No.
Councillor Pickles.
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Roy.
No.
Councillor Smith.
Yes.
Councillor Watton.
Yes.
Councillor Yamada.
Yes.
Regional Chair Henry.
Yes,
Carries.
that carries. Members
Chair,
of,
for the record, Councillor Dice has sent us a message that her vote was yes.
okay, I'll have the clerk amend that. I'm getting a nod. Thank you, Mayor Collier. Committee reports, there are no committee reports, sorry. Unfinished business, there are no unfinished business. Under other business, members of council, I'd like to do these one at a time because there are two that are confidential reports. So on item 12.1 on page 50, if I could have a mover and a seconder on the recommendation, please.
I'll move, Councillor Smith.
Moved by Councillor Smith. Councillor Marin Pietri, will you second that?
Yes.
Okay. Comments or questions on 12.1? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Any in opposition? Hearing none, that carries. Item 12.2 on page 50, sanitary sewer charge agreement for Del Monte. Need a mover on the recommendation.
Marin Pietri.
Moved by Mayor Pietri.
Second.
Seconded by Mayor Collier.
Yes.
Thank you. Comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Opposed? None? That carries. Item 12.3, amendments to the regional traffic and parking bylaw.
Move it.
Councillor Lee to move.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Lee is moving it.
McLean, a second.
Councillor McLean is seconding it.
I'd like to ask a question on that too, please.
Okay, comments or questions? Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a little bit off topic as far as speed, whatnot, but I just want some clarification on the regional bylaw. I know Ajax and Pickering have sign bylaws dealing with real estate signs and other signs on our highways. I think the regional's bylaw is silent on that. It's my understanding that if the region does not have a bylaw covering something that the city has, then the city's bylaw takes precedent. Can I get an answer to that, please?
Thank you. Ms.
How you doing?
Siopis?
Thank you. Hi, Susan Joseph. If Mr. Hunt is still on the line, I would like to defer to him, please.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hunt?
Yes, I'm here. And with respect to the sign bylaw, I would say yes, that you are correct. That is the case. That bylaw specifically provides that, and I'm sorry, I think that's the speaker's list going in the background. But the bylaw specifically provides that it's the local bylaws which prevail with respect to sign bylaws if our bylaw is silent. It also provides that where there's two bylaws in place in any particular area, that it is the most restrictive with respect to signs of the two bylaws that apply. Other than that, generally, with respect to bylaws, I don't think I can answer that question in the general sense.
Thank you.
That's fine, Mr. Hunt. Thanks very much. I think it was unclear with Ajax anyways. It's pretty clear in my mind.
Okay, thank you. Any other member of council wishing to speak?
Sean Collier, Chair.
Oh, okay.
Speak as well, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mayor Collier's first, please.
Thank you, Chair. I did send a message. I guess it didn't get to be read yet. We have made that change in our sign bylaw, and the last time we spoke of this at Regional Council, I had asked that staff review the regional bylaw when it regards to signage, and to allow the local municipalities to regulate the signage in their municipalities. But I'm not aware that that report has come back yet. So I would ask through you to perhaps the CAO or where this stands right now, because I believe we're waiting for a report back on this.
I don't have an answer right now. Mayor Collier, can you let me look into it and I will let you know?
Absolutely. What my request was during the next review, and I don't remember if it was a motion or if it was just direction, but during the next review of the regional sign bylaw, that it be looked at to, it doesn't make any sense having regional for regional roads and municipal roads when they differ. And we're having the issue right now in Ajax where, you know, we don't allow any signs, not even election or real estate or any, yet on the regional roads like Salem, like Taunton, like Bailey, we do have them, and people don't understand the difference. So it would be much easier if we just had one consistent type thing that could be regulated by the local municipality. Thank you.
We will get.
Okay. Any other?
Can I just say, Mr. Chair, it's Bill McLean. Sorry about that.
Okay, I will come back to you after Councillor Neal.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Joe Neal?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. I had an amendment I was going to propose, but perhaps I'd ask a question first. That dropping the limit on Taunton Road from 60 down to 50, I mean, there's a fairly, there's a big hill there that you'd be coming down. What's the thinking behind changing what's really a rural, my recollection is 100% rural. This is page 71 of the printed agenda. Changing that from 60 to 50 and what's really a rural section. Why would that happen?
This is Susan speaking. I believe that there was records of multiple incidents of excessive speed through there. So there is an attempt to get people to slow down before the grade changes through the area.
I can't hear that good.
Oh, sorry. Ms. Siopis, can you speak closer to your microphone, please?
Sure. Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's much better.
Okay, thank you. I believe in that section of road, we actually got information from Durham Regional Police about excessive speeding because of some grade change, some vertical alignment grade changes through there. So this particular location, we looked to get people to slow down before they got into the situation where there were hills and so on that may cause excessive speed.
Okay, I was going to bring an amendment, Mr. Chair, if I can get a seconder to delete that change on Taunton Road.
Second it. Councillor John Neal.
Mr. Chair, this is a rural section. Very few, if any, residences. That, I mean, there might be a couple of driveways, and there's basically a downhill from the top of that hill down to the Curtis Road. There's lights, but if I sort of challenge anybody to try to keep it below 50 and not ride the brake almost the whole way down. You know, it just strikes me that it's almost like a trap for residents that, you know, you could probably pick them off all day long because, you know, so I don't agree with changing that particular section.
Okay. Any other member of council wishing to speak to the amendment?
Foster here.
Mayor Foster.
So a couple of things. There are two identified. Let me just see if I can get there. There are two spots identified in this, and maybe Ms. Siopas can help me out. So I believe we're on page 78 on the columns. So one of the issues is 230 meters east of Langmaid Road. So that is between Mitchell's Corners and Town Line Road. Is that your concern, Councillor? I guess Councillor Neal, or the other is the second one down, which is 100 meters east of Washington Road, and I don't see how far that goes along, but it would appear to be in the same area, which would be west. Both would be west of Mitchell's Corners, west of Trulls Road. Is that correct, Ms. Siopas?
To be honest, I couldn't say for sure. I would have to go back and work with the traffic group. The notes here I have is, as I stated earlier, requests from Durham Regional Police with regard to trying to slow down speed. And when we received the request through our Durham Vision Zero for Durham, we did the analysis, and this is what we've come back with to try to solve the issue.
Yeah, so I'm certain that both of these, and you know, if we can deal with these later, fine. But both of these are west of Mitchell's Corners, west of Trulls Road. It's the area leading into Oshawa. There is a decline. I think Councillor Neal may be thinking about the steep decline that is on the east side of Trulls Road. That one, I had concerns earlier. Frankly, I'd like to see that the limits drop there a bit by virtue of the fact you've got a steep hill and a stoplight. I wonder how many people go through. But before we delete this, I think we need to understand exactly where it is and what it is. I honestly don't have any problems if, based on the change in gradient, I think more people are speeding simply because it's wide open and it is rural-ish, but I don't think anything is forcing anyone to speed. There's no reason that you couldn't stay under the limit. And you can remind me of this when I get a speeding ticket there.
Okay, thank you. On my screen, Mayor Collier, did you want to speak to this item or the next item?
Sorry, to this item, I've already spoken, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. So, members of council, I'll try to do it this way. On the amendment, I'm going to call the vote. If I don't recognize how it works, I will call for a recorded vote, but I don't think I have to. On the amendment.
Can I speak last time, Mr. Chair?
Sure. Go ahead, Councillor Neal.
Yeah, so it's Mayor Foster had asked about which specific section. It's the section that says Taunton Road, 230 meters east of Langmaid to Curtis Road. That's the one.
Okay, thank you. You've called for a recorded vote on the amendment?
Yep.
Okay.
So it's on deleting 13.1G.
1 second, please. The motion is to delete 13.1 item G. On the amendment, a recorded vote has been called by Councillor Joe Neal.
Councillor Anderson.
Yes.
Councillor Ash.
No.
Councillor Barton.
No.
Councillor Bath Hadden.
No.
Councillor Brenner,
No.
Councillor Carter, Councillor Carter,
No.
Councillor Chapman,
No.
Councillor Collier,
Yes.
Councillor Crawford,
No.
Councillor Dyes. We'll wait for your email. Councillor Drew,
No.
Councillor Foster,
No.
Councillor Hyatt,
No.
Councillor Kerr,
Yes.
Councillor Leahy,
Yes.
Councillor Lee,
No.
Councillor Marin Pietri.
No.
Councillor McLean,
No.
Councillor Mitchell,
No.
Councillor Mulcahy,
No.
Councillor John Neal,
Yes.
Councillor Joe Neal,
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson,
No.
Councillor Pickles,
No.
Councillor Roy,
No.
Councillor Smith,
No.
Councillor Watton,
No.
Councillor Yamada,
Yes.
Regional Chair Henry.
No.
I have not received anything from Councillor Dice.
Okay, so the amendment loses. It's lost. On the main item, I will call for the vote then. All those,
Mr. Chair,
oh, sorry, Councillor McLean.
thanks very much. I just want to ask Mr. Hunt if he can send that finding that he just gave us about the sign bylaws to each municipality or the CEOs in the bylaw department, just for clarification.
Mr. Hunt?
Yes, I can do that.
Thank you very much.
On the item 12.3, we'll call the vote now. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Opposed? That carries.
Mr. Chair, can I bring a point of order for? Wait.
Sure. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I expressed concern. I'm expressing concern about the use of the chat because there's comments being made which I would characterize as like speaking to issues. So it shouldn't be happening offline. It should, if a comment's going to be made, it should be made as part of the meeting. So, I thought the idea with the chat was to put yourself on the speakers list, and that was it. But I brought it to the attention of the clerk that stuff is being said on there, which I think is really a side meeting going on. So I think I'm asking for direction on what is the purpose of the chat. Is it to get on the speakers list or not?
So I'm going to comment, then I'm going to have the clerk comment. I've been able to track the speakers coming to my screen, and it's helpful when you do use the chat line to reference a particular item, and we've been doing well by doing that. But I'm going to have the clerk respond.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, and this is an iterative process. This is an iterative process. We had issued instructions that if you wanted to speak or ask a question, you would use the chat feature. We did not mention at all any other commentary that is going on. My best recommendation to council is that you simply use the chat feature to indicate whether you have a question or whether you wish to speak. And we should follow that rule going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, members of council.
Mr. Chair, for
clarification,
so on the chat, we see everything. Does everyone see everything that's on the chat?
Not the members of the public.
Like and the reason I ask is I'm looking and all I am seeing, with the exception of one comment, is request to speak. So I don't know if that. I don't know if Councillor Neal's seeing something that, or if there's something else.
I'll have the clerk respond.
So what shows on Teams is any commentary that you put on chat. The chat is not broadcast or streamed publicly. So
No, I'm just wondering if there are two levels to it, because that's okay. We'll chat
I
later.
can read it out if you wish, but I don't think I should. But I could if you want.
Are there a number of? Never mind. It won't be
Members of
like this.
council,
Thank you, Mr.
it's been a long day, and there's a background speaker on. Just give me 1 second. Okay, it's been a long day. Let's continue moving along. We've got a few items left in the agenda. We have been working well together, and I'd like to move on to 12.4, which is update on Ontario flood management strategy. Could I get a mover and a seconder on that, please?
Pietri. Moved
by Councillor Miriam Pietri.
Councillor Watton, I'll second it.
Thank you, Councillor Watton. Councillor Nicholson, you wish to speak to this item?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, please.
First of all, I wanted to thank staff for the report. It was very inclusive, very informative. For those of us who are not on the conservation authorities, I think it would be a very helpful report to understand. I just wanted to, to put my placeholder down to staff that hopefully as we go forward on our budgeting and other steps as we come out of this crisis, that we realize that there is another crisis going on, and that is the level of water levels, especially on the Lake Ontario shoreline, but also in some of the feeder streams going into our lakes. It's getting to the point where people's lives may be put at risk. Definitely their property is at risk right now, as well as much of our municipal infrastructure. So we definitely need to take it seriously. And on behalf of the residents that I represent along the lakefront in Oshawa, I definitely just want to have my cards put on the table and to urge staff to do whatever they can to assist. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to comment on 12.4? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Opposed? None, that carries. Members of council, item 12.5 is a confidential report from the Commissioner of Corporate Services. Is there anyone wishing to speak to this? And if so, we need to move it to the end. If not, I'll get a mover and a seconder on the recommendation.
I have questions on it, Mr. Chair, but I'll move it, but I have questions.
Okay,
Second.
So what, just give me 1 second, please.
I think I can ask my question in open session. If
Can't you just ask and then we see?
So, Councillor Neal, are your questions of a closed nature?
I don't believe so. I was going to ask about what makes one eligible for a certain program and what the cost of that is overall. So,
Commissioner of Corporate Services to indicate whether that should be used.
So I'm going to try get some advice from the Commissioner of Corporate Services. Mr. Beaton, did you hear that question?
Through the chair, yes, I did hear that question. With respect to, particularly on a program, that would be depending on the negotiation of what program we're offering. So I would need to hear more specifically from Mr. Neal, his area of concern.
So you've heard from the Commissioner.
It's regarding STIP, I guess, short-term disability. That's. I was going to ask some questions around that.
Mr. Beaton?
So the STIP program would be a replacement of the sick leave program that has the gratuity.
Okay. So my question is, again, just cut me off, Mr. Chair, if you think I'm...
Well, Councillor Neal, I don't know where you're going, so I'm concerned.
Okay, well, I was going to ask about the cost of that program, essentially, and what makes one eligible.
That should go into camera, sir.
Okay, that's the direction from...
Mr. Chair, Councillor Chapman here, I would make a motion that to change the agenda to have all the confidential items listed at the end of the rest of the agenda, please.
I'll second that.
Just do one.
Yeah. Councillor Chapman, can we just do this item to the end? We may not have to do the other item.
Well, I thought rather than getting into a discussion whether we're going to have closed or open comments, why not just put them all to the end? There's only two after that. So I'd rather have them all at the end in case we have to go into camera.
No problem, Councillor Chapman. Moved by Councillor Chapman, seconded by Councillor Joe Neal, that these two items be moved to the end of today's agenda. We'll call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes. Aye.
Opposed? Sorry, opposed? None. That carries. We'll move on to item 12.6, approval by Regional Council of Memorandum of Understanding between Durham Region Provincial Offences Court and the Oshawa Courthouse, page 51.
I move it. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. Seconded by? I need a seconder.
Chapman.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Chapman. Comments or questions on 12.6? Hearing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Opposed? None. That carries. Item 12.7, indexing of regional development charges.
Miriam Pietri.
51 and 52.
I'll move that, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Miriam Pietri.
Crawford,
Seconded
second.
by, I think I heard
Crawford.
Councillor Lee first. Is that correct?
Thank you, Chair. That's correct.
Okay, moved and seconded. Comments or questions on 12.7?
Miriam Pietri.
A question? Go ahead, Councillor Miriam Pietri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, specific to this item here, I'm just wondering if we could just get a small bit of information from the commissioner as to how it's going to work moving forward, because I could see it being something that is beneficial to the local economy and to businesses as we emerge.
So if I may, through the chair, I'll provide a comment, and if I'm not answering specifically what you like, my apologies. So our challenge here was this would have been an item that we might have contemplated as a COVID recovery item, but because of the legislative timeframes, that meant that we were boxed in. We're required to produce this 60 days in advance of July 1. So we couldn't wait with this recommendation. It had to come through this forum at this point in time. One of the things in the report that it says that index is normally released in May for us to know exactly how much we're actually waiving, but it was actually released today. So the index that would be increased if council works their way through this process, it's 2.9% is what the indexing would be if council chooses not to waive the indexing. So this starts the process. The public meeting would be at the next council meeting, and the revised bylaws would be at the meeting after that, should council wish to proceed with waiving.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. That indication of the indexing amount is exactly where I was looking forward to getting a little bit more information and to further understand whether other municipalities are in the same position, indexing their development charges or requesting that they be waived or suspended. That may be a side consideration, but our practice, is this something that's seen as standard, or is this something that we're taking on?
So we typically have, through the chair, we typically have indexing. It's in our bylaws every July 1. Not every municipality has the same trigger date for indexing. It all depends on their bylaw requirements. At the local level, there are a few that are indexing, that their bylaws indicate indexing July 1, and I believe that they are proceeding with their indexing. It's a much, much smaller dollar value impact at the local DC rates. Across the province, again, it depends on when these bylaws have the date in them for when they do indexing.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to be able to ask those questions. And thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you. Mayor Mitchell?
Yeah, I'm trying to, here we are. Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have some concerns about this step forward. I spoke with the commissioner. It apparently arose out of a request from Build. It's going to cost us somewhere around $4 million a year this year and future years, obviously. There seems to be some chatter in the background there.
Councillor Anderson, can you put your microphone on mute, please? Go ahead, Mayor Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, so I think you sort of have to visualize this as a representative from Build showing up and asking us for a $4 million grant, because that's essentially what we're doing here. I can't speak for all communities, and this might possibly be something that is important for smaller builders. But in my community, the market prices seem to be staying very strong. The developers are just kind of chomping at the bit to go. That's how they perceive the market. So we already struggle from lower DCs. I mean, we lose about a third. Like new growth only pays about 2/3 of the cost of itself. And I think we're all pretty well of the view that the new regime, the community benefit charge, will not improve that situation. It will probably worsen that situation. So again, I think we just have to be careful about giving away money that we are going to need. And I honestly don't see most of this will go to large developers who, are in pretty good shape. There's always cycles in any business, but it's been a pretty strong market for a very long time, and I certainly, I haven't seen any direct requests of concern whatsoever cross my desk from the new home residential community indicating that this is, they have a concern that requires this kind of direction. I mean, of course they'll take fewer DCs. They're always trying to get the DCs reduced. We know that, but I just think we're being a little loose with our money, and it's money I think that would be far better served going to people who need it more. So I will not be supporting this recommendation.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Nicholson, you've called for a record a vote on this item at the appropriate time?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mayor Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Mr. Chair, I will be supporting this, and I'm looking at this as part of what I think we need to be considering moving out of, moving out of the pandemic. The building sector is one of our biggest employers. I know that some of the developers are in fact hurting, and while I haven't looked at statements, I know that there are a couple that are concerned for their future. Anything that we don't add to the price of a house makes them a little bit more affordable, or the price of somewhere that someone is going to work. So, for now, doing this, I think it's the right thing to do to try to make sure that we hit the ground running. I don't think we're going to. I think we're going to be stumbling, but I'm quite supportive of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Joe Neal.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. So my understanding is you can't even take out a new building permit right now. So, projects are going to get delayed significantly. So I don't understand how the expectation would be that the building industry could shoulder another increase and try and pass it on to consumers or house buyers. So what's wrong with the region maybe rethinking how it spends some of its money? So part of the concern I have is, the private sector's having to do backflips to keep their business alive, yet the region is supposed to just carry on spending money as it always has and as if nothing had changed. So I think the region has to also adapt and maybe some of the nice to haves might have to get pushed out and maybe we may be a little more careful how we spend our development charges. Maybe a few less consultants receiving millions of dollars would be in order. So I support it. Thank you.
Members of council, I just want you to know that here at the region, our planning department is working. And Mr. Bridgman and his team, and I'll get Mr. Bridgman to comment in a second, but anything that comes through the door that related to a planning or an application, including dealing with the Go East and some development around the Pickering Airport lands, is still ongoing. I'm incredibly proud of the amount of work they've been able to do. Mr. Bridgman, would you like to comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just to echo those comments that we are working, we're in contact with the building industry, we're in contact with the area municipalities. The building industry is very pleased to see that we are continuing to receive and process applications and provide comments and work with the area municipalities. And it has been my experience over the years too that in times when there's downturns and so on, developers are using this time to be ready so that when things pick up, they are ready to go. So we're in contact, and I think that they would see the benefit in something like this.
Thank you. Councillor Leahy.
Thank you, Chair Henry. So yeah, no, I definitely echo the same concerns as Mayor Mitchell there. We're definitely seeing deteriorating conditions coming in with the development charge costs, with the changes coming in from the province. And the development charges, which is a small component of any development, are going to be foregone with this indexing. We're only looking at a couple % increase on a very small input for a development, and really that's not going to be the make or break point whether someone qualifies for a mortgage or someone's going to development. But what it is doing is a direct increase in the amount of money we're going to have to get from taxpayers to cover this revenue loss for any development project. And looking at example for all the costs we have coming up for any of these new developments, and they're the ones that we subsidize the most. So again, I can't support this wave of this fee and think that we should be increasing it to the index, because to the point of Chair Henry, all of our businesses are still working within the region, and our services are there, and the great infrastructure that we have is allowing our residents to have a decent quality of survival through this pandemic, and that speaks to the infrastructure and the money we collect for that. So I can't support this. Thank you.
So, members of council, that exhausts my chat list. So seeing no other names and not hearing anything, I'm going to call for the vote on 12.7. Councillor Nicholson called for a recorded vote.
Councillor Anderson.
Yes.
Councillor Ash.
Yes.
Councillor Barton.
No.
Councillor Beth Haddon.
Yes.
Councillor Brenner.
No.
Councillor Carter.
Yes.
Councillor Chapman.
Yes.
Councillor Collier.
Yes.
Councillor Crawford.
Yes.
Councillor Dyes. We'll await your email. Councillor Drew.
Yes.
Councillor Foster.
Yes.
Councillor Hyatt.
Yes.
Councillor Kerr.
Yes.
Councillor Leahy. Councillor Leahy.
No.
Councillor Lee.
Nope.
Councillor Mayor Pietri.
Yes.
Councillor McLean.
No.
Councillor Mitchell.
No.
Councillor Mulcahy.
No.
Councillor John Neal.
No.
Councillor Joe Neal.
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson.
Yes.
Councillor Pickles.
Yes.
Councillor Roy.
No.
Councillor Smith.
No.
Councillor Watton.
Yes.
Councillor Yamada.
No.
Chair Henry.
Yes.
Carries.
It carries 17 to 11. Members of council, there is a need for a 10-minute recess. Can I get somebody to move that?
So moved by Chapman.
Yeah, I'll move it, Leahy.
Moved by Councillor Chapman, seconded by
Councillor Leahy.
Foster.
Councillor Leahy. All those in favor of a 10-minute recess?
Yes.
Yes.
Opposed?
Yes.
Opposed? None. That carries. We're in a 10-minute recess. We'll be back at 2:14. Thank you. Good afternoon, members of council. I'll call this meeting back to order. We are going to have to do a roll call. I'm going to have the clerk do that, please.
Mr. Chair, just before are we going to go on camera?
No, we're dealing with item 12.8 next, Councillor Neal. The in-camera items have been moved to the end of this section.
Well, when we do the in-camera, how do we know that this is going to be secure, like everybody's in a room by themselves?
Yeah, well, I'm going to have the
Okay.
clerk respond to that question right now.
Thank you.
Chairman, in our operating instructions, we've made it very clear that the members have to be ensuring that the area that they're in is secure and that nobody can overhear what they're saying. It was clearly communicated to you in writing. We will also follow the practice that if you have declared an interest, we will be taking you out of the meeting, and that would be consistent with the requirements of the Conflict of Interest Act, where if you declare an interest in a closed session, you have to leave the session. There is an element of trust that the members are living up to the requirements of the Code of Conduct and our procedural bylaw, and that they are ensuring that they are in a secure area where no one can overhear the discussion nor read the confidential reports.
Mr. Clerk, roll call, please.
Councillor Henderson.
I am here.
Councillor Ash.
Present.
Councillor Martin.
Present.
Councillor Bath Haddon.
Present.
Councillor Brenner.
Present.
Councillor Carter.
Present.
Councillor Chapman.
Yo.
Councillor Collier.
Here.
Councillor Crawford.
Present.
Councillor Dyes. We'll wait for her email. Councillor Drew.
Present.
Councillor Foster.
Yes, Mr. Clerk, sir.
Councillor Hyde.
Guy is here.
Present.
I hear the call that Councillor Dyes is present, so I'll mark her as present. Councillor Kerr.
Yes.
Councillor Leahy.
Yes.
Councillor Lee. Councillor Lee.
Present.
Councillor Maren Pietri.
Present.
Councillor McLean.
Present.
Councillor Mitchell.
Present.
Councillor Mulcahy.
Present.
Councillor John Neal.
Present.
Councillor Joe Neal.
Here.
Councillor Nicholson.
Present.
Councillor Pickles.
Present.
Councillor Roy.
Present.
Councillor Smith. Councillor Smith. Absent. Councillor Watton.
Present.
Councillor Yamada.
Present.
And Chair Henry is present.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Members of council, we'll move on to
12.8.
Moved by Councillor Pickles. Seconded by Councillor Brenner.
Councillor Kerr.
By Councillor Kerr. Okay, on the item, any questions, comments?
I have some.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Joe Neal.
Trying to get on the chat line there, but I guess. So my question is, how have we just spent money in the Whitby facility, like capital-wise?
So it's Dr. Kyle here. I'll start. Apart from some lead lining in some of our operatories, there are, I believe, 4 operatories, 3 of which needed some lead lining. No, we've not put any capital improvements into the Whitby Mall.
So it sounds like the landlord was basically letting us get flooded out. Why did we take any action against the landlord? I assume that's a breach of the lease. There should be a breach of the lease if the lease is drafted properly.
So I can start. We've had multiple issues that have been brought to the attention of the landlord. Flooding is mentioned in the report. Not mentioned in the report is ongoing problems with HVAC. The Works Department really is our agent with respect to bringing these matters to the landlord. I take it the plumbing issues are really a structural issue, that the pitch of the plumbing is such that it really just doesn't meet our needs, particularly in terms of the use of our dishwashers, which we need to use to sterilize and clean our instruments. And likewise, we continually bring HVAC issues to the attention of our landlords. Finally, why is this coming to a head? One, we need the space, and two, the lease is expiring. And the advice that we receive from Works is really we do need to move.
So when is the lease expiring? Through the chair.
I'm going by memory, but Works may want to wade in. I think it's August, and so I think it's August that the lease expires. I stand to be corrected.
I can confirm that the lease is expiring at the end of August.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other members of council? Hearing none, I will call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
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 Opposed? Hearing none in opposition, that carries. Item 12.9, granting of a permanent easement to Markham Stouffville Hospital to construct and maintain a portion of the driveway for Uxbridge Cottage Hospital.
Move it.
Moved by Mayor Barton, seconded by Mayor Carter. Questions, comments? Hearing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor?
Yes.
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 In opposition? Hearing none in opposition, that carries. Item 12.10, Council Resolution Blue Box Transition Date, page 53.
I'll move it, Mr. Chair. I have questions.
Moved by Councillor Joe Neal, seconded by?
Councillor Lee, second.
Rockford.
Councillor Lee is a seconder. Councillor Neal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had questions about like what is going on right now with recycling, and with your permission, I'll like what's happening with the plastics market, the paper market, the glass market. My guess is we're having a really hard time getting rid of anything, and if we are, we're actually paying for people to take it off our hands as opposed to them paying us. So I was going to ask through you to I guess Mr. Anello to indicate what is going on right now.
Mr. Anello, are you on the line?
Mr. Chair, Susan Siopas speaking. I
ahead,
did
Susan.
put an email through to Mr. Anello at the request of Councillor Neal on the break. I'm not sure whether or not he is available. It was only a few moments ago.
I thought he was part of the meeting, so. Well, I guess I'd be. I guess if that's not possible to get now, I'd like to, personally, I'd like to see some kind of an update on those issues, because I seem to recall, for example, in our budget, we had to put $1 million in to dispose of paper, as opposed to anybody paying us. We're paying to get rid of it, is my understanding, and I'm sure we're probably struggling with the same thing with plastics and glass. You know, is glass even worth putting in a blue box right now? My last.
Your timing is excellent. Mr. Anello has just walked into the room, and I think he got the gist of the question related to the status of the recycling markets for glass, plastic, and other things, and sort of where we're at. Please go ahead.
So we are still paying for paper. That has not changed, and for glass. As far as plastics go, we are getting some monies, but not as much as before. and metals is still a viable market. So we're getting the same prices for the metals.
So let me ask you this: like, there was a pretty good. I don't know if anybody caught it, but there was a good show on PBS a couple weeks ago about recycling of plastics, and one of the points was there's a lot of plastic material that they put the chasing arrow on the back of the whatever it is, and it's not really recyclable. So, like, I'm thinking those black plastic containers are you get, say, at a Swiss Chalet or something. Are they recyclable?
We do accept those for recycling, yes.
Did you hear that response, Councillor Neal?
No.
Yes, we do accept those for recycling. I do understand that at our
I know we accept them. Is there any? Can you sell them to anybody as recyclable material? I guess is what I'm getting.
So the whole point of extended producer responsibility is that they will then be responsible for marketing their materials. So if they are using materials that are not marketable, it gives them the incentive to change.
Okay, the point of my question was, currently, we collect these black plastic containers, right? That I'm using the Swiss Chalet example that people take and put in the recycling bins. Do we have a market for them right now when we collect those?
We only collect what is marketable.
So the answer is yes. We can market the black plastic, because I had thought we couldn't. So
that's why we don't collect the plastic film, because it's not marketable for us.
So okay, let me ask you this: is there any plastic material that people are putting in blue bins right now, under the belief that it's recyclable, which is not recyclable? Like we have no market for it.
There's two questions there. People are putting things in the blue box that are not recyclable as an error. Basically, the very hard, rigid things like toys, and they have to be taken out. But we're basically, when we expanded our market, we looked at the marketable plastics going into our blue bin.
So are you saying that everything that has the arrow on the back is recyclable, like truly recyclable?
Two questions. One is there a value to it, or are we paying for it? Just like plastic, just like the paper, we're collecting it, but we have to pay to get rid of it. And the bottles, we have to pay to get rid of it, but they're still recyclable.
Okay, so that is the plastics, right? Some of the plastic.
Plastics, we are collecting it. It is still recyclable, yes.
So what happens to it in the end? Like, you know what happens to it? Do they actually turn it into something, or is it go in a dump somewhere?
Well,
yeah, I guess
the people that buy it from us are buying it for a reason. Can't answer why. Some might end up in the dump if it's of the poor quality. But they are buying it as a marketable and reusable or recyclable quantity.
So are we paying right now to have people take plastics off our hands?
Right now, I believe we are making money on our plastics, yes.
Okay, all right. So are you saying that 2023 is the earliest possible time for EPR, extended producer responsibility, to kick in?
That's what we are saying, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Foster?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to either Ms. Diopis or Mr. or Joe. I'm reading the reports on page 117, item 3.2, that we're in a good position operationally to transition in the first of the three transition years, and later in the report, it suggests that we've got to balance the advantages of transitioning earlier versus balancing the risks of being one of the first municipalities to transition. So is it our intent to be one of the first to transition? And if so, I'm not sure I understand the advantages and the disadvantages, especially when we don't have complete clarity on what it's going to look like.
This is Susan. That's our quandary exactly. So will there be advantages come 2023 to going first? Potentially, but without the regulations, without having that clarity, we're not in a position to say with certainty that we feel it's wise to go in 2023. AMO asked for us to give this information now so that they could get an indication of which municipalities would like to go earlier in the transition phase and which ones would like to go later, because obviously they want to try to balance it out as we work the program in. So you'll notice in the way we worded our resolution, or our recommended resolution, is that we're prepared to go in 2023. However, we may not be recommending that depending on the outcome of the regulations.
Perfect. Now, the report seemed to lend itself towards thinking we're going earlier, but that's a great answer. So two questions. On 4.3, you talk about the collection vehicles used to service the region are aging. Those are the contractors that we use, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm sure there'll be a price tag, even though they're not ours. And the MRF is no longer state of the art. I thought we had recently spent a lot of money on the MRF.
Relatively speaking, I wouldn't say we spent a lot of money. We've done regular maintenance on it to keep it effective for our use, and we did that in order to keep it up and running until at least 2023. But we are keeping our eye on anything that needs to be done at the MRF to make sure that it serves us until we're ready to let it go.
Okay, so I may follow up with some what's in my mind and what's real. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other speakers on the chat line, I will call for the vote on 1210. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Aye. Thank you. In opposition? Hearing none, that carries. Item 12.11, approval to award a sole source agreement for annual maintenance for the analytical instrument using liquid chromatography, mass spectrometry for analysis of regulatory water samples. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please?
Move it, Pickles here.
Yeah,
move
it, Leahy. Second.
Moved by Councillor Pickles, seconded by Councillor Leahy. Questions? Hearing none, I will call for the, oh, sorry, okay. I will call for the vote. All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Opposed? That carries. Members we've moved 12.12 to the end. We're on to 12.13, expropriation of lands required for Seaton Phase 1 regional infrastructure in the city of Pickering.
I'll move it.
Moved by Councillor Brenner.
Seconded, Pickles here.
Seconded by Councillor Pickles. Questions? I do have some on the speaker list. Councillor Joe Neal.
Sorry, I think all my comments are to 12.14, Mr. Chair, so I apologize.
Okay, thank you. Anyone wishing to comment or on 12.13? Hearing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none opposed, that carries. 12.14, advancement of construction of the Region of Durham Paramedic Service Training Center for the inclusion in the approved Seaton Paramedic Response Station project, including provision for the inclusion of a future Durham Emergency Management Office in the city of Pickering. Could I get a...
Move it, Mr. Chair. Move it.
Moved by Councillor Brenner. Seconded by Councillor McQueen. Questions, comments? First speaker is Councillor Joe Neal.
So a couple of questions here. First of all, I thought that with respect to the paramedic station as it is, that all that sort of infrastructure was supposed to be paid for by the seat and development charges, but I see there's a significant portion which is being paid for by the tax, tax account, so to speak. So how did that happen, whereby, is there some sort of benefit to the rest of the the rest of the region or something? That, because it strikes me a paramedic station up in Seaton's dealing with Seaton, so how is that not all growth related?
If I may, through the chair, I'm surmising, but certainly we could email you something different. I am surmising that there is a benefit to the broader community and perhaps North Pickering as well. It's not just for the brand new growth that's occurring in Seaton.
Okay, thanks. So I don't support the sort of additional money for the training center. I think this is one of those instances where the region perhaps has to look at its, realistically at what's happening in the broader economy. And it's a nice to have, but I don't support advancing it. Sounds like what's there right now is adequate. So and as far as demo goes, I think like last year, I looked at the call volume to demo, and I think I think you could count on one hand the number of calls that came into demo. So I don't support the $10 million for the training center. Thanks. I'll ask for a recorded vote on that.
Okay, at the appropriate time, Councillor Neal, we will call for that recorded vote. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also wanted to talk about the development charges. I was trying to get a better understanding, and I'm hearing the answer given to Councillor Neal is still confusing me. If you can use development charge money for the station, and a portion of the station is going to serve, of the training center is going to serve Seaton, why is not a portion of the Seaton development charge money, even a small portion, applied to the training center?
If I may, through the chair, the total funds in the development charges for paramedics is maximized. So what we can attempt to do, and we were chatting about this morning, is in our next development charges update, we could try to recoup it from future, but we are maximizing the total amount in the paramedic development charges in order to do this.
Okay. Just to follow up on that, the training facility, is it required to be built in the same time frame as the paramedic response station?
Chair, it's Dr. Kyle here. Can I direct that question to Chief Cheeseborough, who's on the line, and he can speak to both the timing and the need to have versus the nice to have?
Okay, thank you. Chief Cheeseborough?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. So we, in speaking to the designer and builder for the current station, through speaking with them, they decided that as this was always a planned project to enhance or develop the training center at that location in future growth, they decided that due to economies of scale, really now is probably the best opportunity to look at adding that growth to that actual location. So after discussing with them, we saw this as the best opportunity to actually be more efficient to the region as opposed to costing a much greater amount at a later date. And to speak to why it's needed, while we're significantly outgrowing the current facility we have at headquarters in Anderson, those that have been around for some time probably recall some of the challenges with the building of our headquarters at 4040 Anderson, and the removal of the basement from the facility and all the additional storage that was lost as a result of this facility. And now we're required to train over 300 paramedics at 24 hours of in-house training per year. We're exceeding 7,200 hours of training on just our required training legislatively. That does not include our return to works and the additional training that's needed for anything that may come up, such as, a COVID response. Now, we've had minimal training related to that, but using that as an example of something that could come up that we'd have to deal with.
Right. This is a follow-up to that. What locational review was undertaken to choose this site as compared to other sites in the region, and what options were reviewed, given that this is not centrally located in Durham region?
So again, through the chair, the only reason I can suggest for this is this land, as you know, was essentially provided to us from the province. This parcel is much greater than any lands that were ever brought forward in the past of any of our current builds. So therefore, we looked at the opportunity to leverage that land and utilize it for basically the training place. It's a great location near the 407. It provides easy access to and from the location for any of the staff that need to get trained there. So that's why we were looking at that piece of land and that location.
So can I accept from your answer that you didn't look at anything other but this site?
That's correct. For the actual training facility itself, we didn't look at any other locations because we didn't have the need for the new training center until we saw this piece of land come available, and then at that time we proposed it. And as again I said earlier, we were initially anticipating a build later on. However, the developers suggested economies of scale, says we should do it now.
So if I've got this correct, we had a $4.5 million project that has increased in budget time. Somehow we got free land. Now we got a $10.5 million project. And we've not looked at other options. We've not done other cost estimates, and we haven't looked at any other sites or any potential for free land. Is that correct?
Through the chair, to the best of my knowledge, that is correct. We did look at, we had considered rental opportunities in the future for the increased size we're going to need for training, and that was ruled out very early on due to the, the demand for the dedicated facility and the cost. And we compared that to what had been in some other areas with respects to what they're paying, and found that this was the best opportunity.
Okay. Just so I can be clear on my interpretation here, I can assume, because I just knew on council back on, that there was a full comprehensive report both on need and design and capabilities of this training facility?
I believe, again, through the chair, I believe when this was originally, again, when the land was proposed to us, it was, again, significantly larger than is any of our current stations. Therefore, it was originally proposed that a training center would be required and most likely developed in what was going to be a phase 2 of that site. However, again, that's why we elected to move forward with it at this time. So I can't speak to the previous reports. I was not in this chair at the time, but I am aware that it was put forward as when we drafted this report, we were looking at other things that were brought forward in the past.
Okay, could someone provide for me a confirmation that the need and the design and the locational criteria were provided to the regional council in a report, either as part of a capital budget or as a standalone, prior to moving forward this project?
So, Mr. Chair, it's Susan. I think I can answer part of that question. You may recall, or some may recall, that when we did the agreement with the Seton landowners, we were given the opportunity, and the province, I should add to that, we were given the opportunity to identify up to about 70 acres worth of individual parcels within Seton for various uses. At that time, we canvassed to see which departments needed additional land for future requirements throughout Seton. And there are several parcels that we now own as a result of that. This one was identified for the use of paramedics, EMS, and yes, it was larger. That turns out to be the opportunity at this point in time, given the fact that originally it was going to be a station. Now that the training facility need has come to light. So through the design process, to make sure that we didn't miss anything in terms of being able to build those facilities together, i.e. a regular station and the training facility, make sure we serviced for everything going forward. That's why the design then, which was included in a report, and not very long ago, if I'm not mistaken, And Ms. Emanuel is here shaking her head. Yes, I'm correct. It did come to Regional Council to include the design. This report brings forward or advances the construction now that the need for the training center has come forward.
Okay, I guess I'm trying to understand the process, because this seems to be an awfully odd process that we're following here. Normally, when one does a capital project, you get a need study that says, I need this project. Then you followed up with the locational and design criteria saying, these are the items where I would like to include in the facility, and these are the locational criteria that I think the facility needs. And at the end, once you've got all that approved, then you do the financing and you put through the process. This appears to be driven the other way. This appears to be the locational criteria, and the design is based on the financial criteria. And what I'm trying to understand from a strictly process orientation here is that, do I need the facility? I don't have a report that I've seen. The design is not included in this report. And I'm just being told we looked at no other site but this site. That doesn't strike me as being an appropriate process to fund what is in fact a $3.5 million addition. I wonder if staff could address that.
Ms. Siopis?
With regard to the need, I have to defer to the chief and identifying the need and the timing of that need.
Chief
Yes,
Cheeseborough?
and through the chair. So again, I believe in the report that is before you, we outlined some of the issues that we're struggling with. I certainly understand your point, and the reason this report came drafted the way it did was as the design phase was already previously approved, and during the design phase, when we were talking with the designer themselves, they had identified that economies of scale would be achieved through doing it now versus doing it at a later date. So through this report, we're providing some of those details indicating what our current challenges are with respects to the current size of our current training facility, the increasing demand to use that facility, and the amount of growth that's happening within this industry as a whole. So that's why we were moving forward with this item at this time.
Okay. And it may be me, but again, please let me understand. How can you determine if this is a cost-effective approach if you have not looked at any other option except this one?
Again, through the chair. So again, in discussing with my friends in works, et cetera, based on the cost to any other standalone project, especially related to paramedic services, the costs have well exceeded any of the numbers that are previously put down or related to this current project. In this particular case, the land, as you know, is usually a significant expense. In this case, we already had the land. So there was no additional expense related to that. So that's, again, how we ended up at this particular facility.
Okay. Is there a requirement that a paramedic training facility must be attached to a paramedic station?
Again, through the chair, no, there is no actual legislative requirement that must happen.
Okay. Did you reach out to the local municipalities to determine whether or not they have, hypothetically, depots being built, fire stations being built, other services being built in their communities, which might have excess land, that this facility could at least have been considered for and compared against the Seton option?
Through the chair, I did reach out to some of the areas, speaking to the chief at Whitby Fire, as I know Whitby is looking at building a new facility in North Brooklyn area. But the timelines for that build are quite far off in the future. The area they're looking at has no infrastructure currently, and they can't commit to a guaranteed time on that. And as well, it wouldn't be a regionally owned facility. We would basically be a P3 sort of partner within it. So based on that alone and the the structures with which they were going to be having it operate. So this would have been a operating and functioning fire hall at that as well, which would potentially impact our ability to get into that facility. And as well, there'd be no opportunity to prevent build a driver training pad, which we looked at as an option at this facility as well, at the area we looked at in North Whitby. I did not look at any other areas, again, through at any other parts, based on, again, this was an opportunity that came up, and that's why we looked at it.
All right. Just moving on to a different point. What is the projected annual operating cost of the paramedic training facility as compared to our current costs?
If you'll bear with me a moment, I'm seeing if we have that available with us today. Ms. Emmanuel is here and is going to respond to the question.
Through the chair, I believe that's noted in section 5.4 of the report. It's about $180,000 is the estimate.
So the operating cost of a facility annually is $180,000. Is that the current cost or is that the new projected cost?
That's the projected cost for the size of this facility.
What is the current operating cost for paramedic training?
I don't have that information with me. I'd have to go back to the office and provide that to you.
Okay, possibly generically, could you let me know, is it higher than the $180,000 or lower than the $180,000?
It would be lower due to the size of this particular facility.
So we're actually going to spend more money on capital, more money in operations, and we haven't investigated any other alternate plan of action other than the one that's currently before us.
So at this point, I know I'm being a little bit repetitive, but I can only reiterate where we're at right now. In this particular location, the chief and the department has identified this as being a good, strong location for them. We got the land for free, so the parcel is there. We are co-locating with a station, which we may not have done otherwise. So we're optimizing in terms of efficiencies related to having both the station and the training facility together. In terms of operating costs, well, the facility is about twice as large as a normal station. So the operating costs are going to be more.
All right. Just again for my information, the amount of land that you're using for the paramedic training facility, what's the size of that land?
This is Mr. Manuel. Through the chair, the total parcel size in Seaton is a little bit over 4 acres. So typically a station uses about 1.2 acres roughly. So the balance of the site would be used for the training facility and for the driver training pad.
So the training facility, just to be generous, is a 2-acre site. Would that be accurate?
Including the training pad, yes.
All right.
The driver training pad.
And if you didn't put the training pad in and it could be achieved elsewhere, how much is used for the building?
It's probably about 1.5 acres.
All right. See, with all due respect to staff, and I appreciate they're doing a lot of work on this, but we haven't looked at any other sites. It's a massive expenditure of funds. We're portraying the need to spend $3.5 million because it saves us the cost of purchasing land, yet we now find the land is anywhere from 1.5 to 2 acres. And we've not looked at any other site in Durham region, whether publicly owned or privately owned, where this could be accommodated for 1.5 acres of land. I can tell you there's a number of fire halls that are on properties that have 1.5 acres of undeveloped land attached to them. And I'm concerned that we are putting this location, which, with all respect to my good colleagues in Pickering, isn't centrally located to the region. And if it was the best location, I'd be all for it. But I have nothing to compare it with. There's been absolutely no investigation of alternate sites, alternate designs, alternate partnerships, ways to work in cooperation with fire departments or other facilities. I can't see why we would adopt this as expeditiously as we're trying to but having not done the due business case to ask the question, is this the best site for the best value? So based on that, Mr. Chairman, I don't want to stop the project, but I'd much prefer that the paramedic training facility be deferred until we can get more information. And if they can bring that information back in the next meeting, we could probably move ahead just in the same timeline as always. And those are my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Mayor Foster.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. On that, yeah. So just for clarity, I thought I heard staff suggest that the location is not problematic.
Through the chair, yeah, that's correct. The location, again, we sorted it out. We have locations all throughout the region. As a regional service, anywhere within the region is considered a good location. It's accessible to the 407. It's accessible, obviously, from the 401, additional areas. Obviously, not all our employees live within the region. We have those that live in the West End, those that live in the East End, those that live in the North. They currently all travel to get to the current training center anyway. So the travel is not an issue for them.
Okay, now you would be disappointed if you know me at all if I didn't ask this question. You're putting in a 3600 or something around that size. I'm going to call it a skid pad. And you reference that you do training in Toronto. My understanding is that Mosport provides their facilities for you for free. So why would we want to spend the money on that, and why are we in Toronto? I'm guessing off season you need to.
Yes, through the chair. So Toronto also has it laid out as an appropriate driver training center. It's a dedicated center that they use out there. So there's proper markings on the ground for the ambulances to do their appropriate driving, do their distance training, do their backing, and all that sort of stuff. You are correct. We have used Canadian Tire Motorsport Park in the past and do continue to use that occasionally. The advantage with this location as well is you would have classroom and driver at the exact same site, and we would actually end up recovering time because we would currently do classroom training in our facility in Whitby, and then essentially we lose about an hour as we have to drive out to the Mosport site to do the training. This would allow more hands-on time if we're right at the same location where we're doing our classroom and the driver training aspect as well.
So I can't offer any up from Mosport, but they they do have rooms available for that. What do you have a breakdown on the cost of the again, I'll call it a skid pad?
No, we don't have a breakdown of just the pad with us. I'm sorry. I would add to that.
Oh, go ahead.
I would add to that conversation that DRPS has also indicated an interest in using the pad, as well as ourselves, the Works Department, for driver trainer.
Yes, my only concern is that you.
And Transit just put his hand up and said they also have an interest in using the pad for driver training.
Okay, so my only concern, I apologize for interrupting. This media is difficult. Is you do have facilities that you can use for free, although I understand there are some limitations there. Okay, good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions to the Chief. Chief, is the training that is done, is it, they're not an on-duty ambulance when they take this training, are they?
Through the chair, that is correct. They're not. They come in.
Okay, so they're coming just in for the training similar to how the police do. So it's not that they have to be central in case there's a call that they might have to respond to.
No, that is correct.
And this pad that we're using in Toronto, do you know how much it cost us to rent it?
I don't have the numbers in front of me, and to be quite honest, I know the fee is not that much. It's the Downsview Airfield. I know most people are familiar with it. It's very minimal on the fees. Again, it's the time lost to transition there and back that are the big impact to us for training.
Right, thank you. And this is more than just a skid pad, right?
Yes, through the chair, yes. Essentially, it's an area that you can back, you can reverse, you can practice our trailer manipulation, all sorts of stuff.
So all the little things that an ambulance might have to do in some strange situations.
Yes, that's correct.
Great, thank you. So my position on this is, first off, we identified that we're going to need more training space, and this pad, and now that the Commissioner of Works has told us that everybody and their uncle that works in the region is interested in it, and I can't see why not. From my former experience with the police, just going out on roads is not the same thing. They have the same tracks down at Elmer, and some of the police, I think, still use some of it in Toronto. But it was identified that we needed this training, and I don't think anybody would disagree that we have to keep our first line responders, ambulance, police, fire, for sure, well trained. And there are certifications that the ambulance paramedics have to meet every year, similar to the police, similar to the fire, in order to keep their qualifications, so that, from the liability side of things, they have their qualifications, but also from the humanitarian side of the case, so that they know what's happening and what changes have been made to how they deal with patients in different situations. And nothing has brought it more to light than this situation we're in right now with COVID-19. The fact that it's up there or it's going to be up there in Seaton makes no difference, because this is sort of a scheduled training when they're not, I won't say off-duty training, but they certainly aren't taking an in-service ambulance up there and have to be close to the center. I would agree a central location would be better if that was the case, but they aren't. They're doing training when they're not in service to respond to the public. The advantage of this, even though it's a little extra money to this whole project, the advantage is, instead of building phase 2 and looking down the road, let's get this done now and save some money and have some synergy on it with the free land. So I think this is an important thing. I think this is well done by the staff to bring it forward so that we can build the whole thing together and start working together, and I'm sure that it will be more advantage when the police and the transit and works department, jump in and take advantage of this system too. So I certainly support this, and I would hope that the rest of council would support moving this forward. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I just want to remind members that to mute your microphones. Councillor McLean. Councillor McLean?
It just says he's joining.
Okay, Councillor McLean, I don't know what's happening, so I'm going to move along. Councillor Joe Neal, you sent me a message on the chat line. Go ahead.
So I guess I'd like to bring a motion to suspend the rules so we can speak to it a second time. It is sort of, we don't have a committee meeting, so.
Nope.
Seconded, John Neal.
Seconded by John Neal. Just give me 1 second, please.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, it's Bill McLean here. I was on my agenda and I couldn't get back to my speaker. Did I miss my opportunity to speak on the ambulance?
Councillor Neal, would it be okay for us to go to?
Sure.
Okay, so Councillor McLean, you have the floor.
Is there a motion before? Mr. Chair, I just a couple comments on this this project here, and I want to commend staff and the emergency measures for their ingenuity and forward thinking on this. Seaton is going to be 60, 70,000 people and then some growing up, so going forward. So obviously there's a need for an ambulance station there. Reading the report, and I can't bring it up in front of me right now, but I know the training center in Whitby is bulging at the seams from what I could recall from the report. I think it said it had two to three trainers there now, and with the ambulance industry growing, and there's going to be a need for more instructors and whatnot. ambulance is a very important component of our region, and I know they have a lot of training that they have to do. In my previous life, I used to have to drive for driver training out of the city, and it was you lose time going there, coming back. And I think if you had talked to our insurance people there, the number of claims that we might have from ambulances backing up or through poor training or forgetting safe practices is, I'm sure, quite high. And I don't like to be called a pitch or whatever. This is a training facility. I think we're very lucky to be able to have a outdoor training drivers training facility in Durham region. As was stated, the 407 is close by there. To buy 4 acres in Durham region, anywhere close to 407 or Taunton Road, is not going to be cheap. And moving forward on this, looking for another location, I'm sure there's not 4 acres sitting around in Oshawa or Clarington that they want to donate. And I think it's just good, prudent financial responsibility to look at this location and to build on it with the training facility that's going to benefit now more than the ambulance, but also transit and our works department and all that. So I'm certainly supportive of this project, and I think in the long run, doing it in tandem with the ambulance station and with the land, I think it's going to save money in the long run. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McLean. So back to you, Councillor Joe Neal. You simply asked to ask for leave from council. You don't need to suspend the rules.
Okay, so is that a motion though?
Well, you're asking for leave from council to speak to this issue. Just give me 1 second, please.
Well, I spoke to it once already, so I thought I had to.
Yeah, so give me 1 second. Neil, so what I'm going to ask is do it in the form of a motion, asking leave to speak to this to the second time. You'll need a seconder.
Okay, so I'll give you that motion.
And you'll need a seconder.
Second it.
Seconded by Councillor John Neal. Members of council, I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yay. Yes.
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 Opposed? Hearing none.
No.
1, 2,
I'm opposed.
3. Okay, so only hearing 3 in opposition. That passes. You have leave to speak to it a second time, Councillor Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my understanding that it was the police were also looking to establish a training center. Has that happened yet? Because I'm wondering why it couldn't be one and the same, you know, or at least on the same piece of property or something like that. But could they not share that to some extent? So what's the status of the police training center?
Through the chair, there are certain aspects of training that can be done on this site, the subject of this report, that police would be involved in. There are other aspects of police training that would be done elsewhere, obviously specialized. I will ask Ms. DeManuel whether or not she has an update with regard to any police training facilities specifically.
So through the chair, there's 2 things that are being looked at right now for police in regards to training. One is relocating their classroom training facilities from Durham College to a location. We're still searching for a suitable location. For that, we've been asked to leave that premises by January of 2022. And then there's a second initiative, which is the interagency training facility that is being spearheaded by the town of Whitby, which is the second project where police are involved that are related to training.
So I guess what I'm wondering is why could these 2 not be at least, you know, surely there'd be some synergies by having them together. Why do they have to be separate? I mean, it's been said that there's going to be other agencies showing up to use the what you call a skid pad or whatever. So I don't know, it just strikes me that you could save a lot of money by having one building now. But
So the two initiatives that are related to potential sites for police training are several years out. The one in particular, the lease we have at Durham College, it takes us out a couple of years. The other initiative that was mentioned related to the town of Whitby, I won't be surprised if it's 10 years out. It's at very preliminary stages of discussion. So I would ask the chief to comment, but I think it would be fair to say that there are aspects of training, particularly the driver side of this, that can be accommodated on this site for various uses across the region. Specialized training for police versus our paramedics, training types would be very different. Whether or not there can be scheduling of the space for different use is a different
I didn't
question.
say, let me be clear. I didn't say they necessarily share the same classrooms or whatever, but they could share the same building, right? Like you don't have to, that's all.
So I'll ask the chief to comment so that I'm not overstepping here, but certainly there are aspects of police training that would be very, very different and need very different facilities than what we're talking about here. But if I could turn it over to the chief, please.
Chief Riseborough?
Yes, through the chair. So again, I totally appreciate your comments, Councillor. I think one of the concerns is the training for police is significantly different. To your point, is it possible to build one building and have two people work out of it? Well, absolutely, that's possible. I think the feasibility within policing, due to the privacy and a lot of the things related to the way they function and the way that their training involves, is significantly different than that of a paramedic service. And to be quite honest, I'm not sure the police would even be interested in necessarily sharing that space specific to the training due to some of the issues and the training that does go to theirs. As well, to the best of my knowledge, training for police goes essentially the full year. And training for paramedics varies. So again, we can certainly share the driver training pad. That's certainly an area that could be shared. Is it possible to build a larger facility and put other classrooms in there? Well, certainly that's a possibility. But due to the fact, as was already identified, we're really outgrowing our facility we currently have at Anderson. The timelines currently that stand for police services don't really fall within reasonable amounts for us. And when we did look at even the station originally, we did look at co-locating with fire in that area as well. And the location that fire chose to build wasn't also compatible with where we needed to be from a paramedic service. So we did look at other alternatives there as well.
So what's the paved area, through the chair, what's the paved area the actual paved area you would need? What's the acreage or whatever? Or whatever you're going to use it for, skid pad, whatever. What's the actual paved area? Asphalted.
Sorry, if you just give me a minute, I'm just looking for the numbers.
I heard 2 acres, so is that the number?
I believe it was like 32,000 square feet is the driver training pad size.
How many acres is that?
Did he say 32?
Yeah.
It's a portion of an acre.
A portion of an acre. So I guess why is it assumed that it has to be newly built? Are there not lots of facilities in Oshawa where existing buildings are up for rent that have paved areas attached to them, and has that not been looked at?
Through the
or
chair.
You can retrofit an existing building.
Again, through the chair, we did look at we did look at alternative areas, not to a great deal, to be fair, as I already addressed to Councillor Nicholson. But generally speaking, most of these training centers for paramedic services provincially are all purpose-built stations and purpose-built training facilities due to the dynamic training now required for paramedics. We visited lots of different areas to determine what they had done: Muskoka, York, Toronto. I went out to Peterborough. I went to City of Kawartha Lakes. We looked at what all those areas were doing as well, and found that this was the best alternative to give the best bang for your buck within paramedic services.
So you didn't look in detail at any possible locations, for example, in Oshawa, where you could just retrofit?
In fairness, Councillor Neal, the staff have answered that question.
Well, they said they looked in Peterborough or something. I heard of Peterborough.
No, through the chair, I did not look for land in Peterborough. I looked at how their training facility was set up to see if it's possible to go to other alternatives. All of those have purpose-built training centers.
I see. Okay. Well, I mean, I think there's lots of space out there. You know, there may be more, unfortunately, but there's lots of space that you could probably retrofit, do a pretty nice job on it with, you know, fully paved parking lots, the whole bit. So, thank you.
So that is the end of my list, except for Councillor Chapman, who has called for a recorded vote.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Anderson.
Yes.
Councillor Ash.
Yes.
Councillor Barton. Councillor Barton. Absent. Councillor Bath Hadden.
Yes.
Councillor Brenner.
Yes.
Councillor Carter.
Yes.
Councillor Chapman.
Yes.
Councillor Collier.
Yes.
Councillor Crawford.
She had to step away.
Absent. Councillor Dyes. We'll wait and see if we get
Same. She had to step away.
Absent. Councillor Drew.
Yes.
Councillor Foster.
Yes.
Councillor Hyatt.
Yes.
Councillor Kerr.
Yes.
Councillor Leahy.
Yes.
Councillor Lee.
Yes.
Councillor Miriam Pietri.
No.
Councillor McLean.
Yes.
Councillor Mitchell.
Yes.
Councillor Mulcahy.
Yes.
Councillor John Neal.
No.
Councillor Joe Neal.
No.
Councillor Nicholson.
No.
Councillor Pickles.
Yes.
Councillor Roy.
Yes.
Councillor Smith. Councillor Smith. Absent. Councillor Watton.
Yes.
Councillor Yamada.
Yes.
Regional Chair Henry.
Yes,
Carries.
that carries. Members of council, that covers everything but the confidential items. I'm going to start with item 12.12. It was the second confidential item. Is there a need to go into closed session, or can we move this report? Hearing no comments. Thank you, Mayor Carter. Seconded by
Councillor Lee?
Councillor Lee. Okay, thank you. I will call the vote on 12.12. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Yes.
Yes.
Opposed? None. That carries. So, members of council, the last order of business is item 12.5, the confidential report from the Commissioner of Corporate Services. So we will need a motion to go in camera for the issue of labor relations and employee negotiations. Mr. Clerk, would that be correct? I'm getting a nod, so yes. So moved to go into closed session by
Councillor Joe Neal.
Councillor Joe Neal. I'm looking for a seconder.
Crawford.
Oh, sorry, first person.
Mulcahy. Crawford.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mulcahy. Okay, to go into closed session, we'll call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Thank you. Oppose? Hearing none, we will go into closed session. However, we do need probably 5 minutes.
We'll need a few minutes to ensure that Rogers is no longer broadcasting, nor are we streaming. Those members who have declared an interest in this item have to exit. Anderson.
Here.
Ash.
Present.
Barton.
Present.
Beth Haddon. Brenner.
Present.
Carter.
Here.
Chapman.
Present.
Collier.
Into hour 7 and going strong.
Crawford.
Here.
Dyes.
Here.
Drew. She has a conflict, but we're in open session again. Foster.
I am here.
Hyatt.
Present.
Kerr.
Present.
Leahy.
Present.
Lee.
Here.
Miriam Pietri.
Present.
McLean.
Here.
Mitchell.
Present.
Mulcahy.
Present.
John Neal.
Present.
Joe Neal.
Here.
Nicholson.
Present.
Pickles.
Present.
Roy. Smith.
Present.
Watton.
Present.
Yamada.
Present.
And Chair Henry is present.
So, members of council, on the issue of true transparency, no decisions or directions or motions were made as we were.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, we can't hear you.
Yeah, can't hear you. Yeah.
Thank you. Members of council, in the continuing interest of transparency and open government, I'm reporting in the public session that there was no direction or motions given during the item 12.5, labor relations or employee negotiations with respect to collective bargaining. Members of council, on the chat line, it shows that, Mr. Clerk, your microphone's on. Thank you. In the chat line, I can see there was questioning on whether this was moved and seconded. It was moved by Councillor Joe Neal and seconded by Councillor McCauley. So if the item is before you, I will call the vote on the item.
Mr. Chair, can I ask for a recorded vote plus, I did want to make a couple general comments on it.
Councillor Neal, go ahead and we will do a recorded vote.
Thank you. So, I mean, it's a fairly important issue here. So I hope I'm not belaboring things here by making a quick comment, but I think in today's economic environment, it's simply going to prove to be too costly, especially certain aspects of this. So I think the private sector is going to get left well behind as the costs continue to increase in the public sector, and the private sector is going to be left foundering. So. Thank you.
Okay, recorded vote has been called, Mr. Clerk.
Anderson.
Yes.
Ash.
Yes.
Barton.
Yes.
Beth Haddon. Brenner.
Yes.
Carter.
Yes.
Chapman.
Yes.
Collier.
Yes.
Crawford.
Yes.
Dyes.
Yes.
Drew. Foster.
Yes.
Hyatt.
Yes.
Kerr.
Yes.
Leahy.
Yes.
Lee.
Yes.
Miriam Pietri.
Yes.
McLean.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Mulcahy.
Yes.
John Neal.
Yes.
Joe Neal.
No.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Pickles.
Yes.
Councillor Roy, I believe, had an interest. Smith,
Yes.
Watton,
Yes.
Yamada,
Yes.
Chair Henry.
Yes. That carries. Members of council, I'll check with the clerk. That is the business for today, other than bylaws. Councillor Ash, I know that you're moving bylaws, seconded by Councillor Chapman.
Are you allowing questions to the department heads, Mr. Chair?
Yes. Councillor Neal, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, we only have one meeting per month, right now. So my question is to the Commissioner of Finance. So when conservation authorities request budgets, do they not break their budget requests down between operating and capital?
Ms. Taylor?
Mr. Chair, my apologies. In unmuting the phone, I blocked out the first part of your question, so if I might respectfully ask you to repeat.
Okay. Conservation authorities, when they submit budget requests, do they give a request in the form of an operating and the capital part?
Through the chair, they provide us with a request for their current year for, I'll say, operating and capital combined, but they do break it down in the background documents. But they also then submit a special levy request for one-time related projects, and sometimes those can be capital. And then there is, I think there's an additional one for land. I'm trying to recall what it's called.
Okay, so
they give us multiple budget submissions.
no, I understand, but I wasn't asking about this special benefiting. So I guess what I'm wondering is, they submit a capital and operating. Is there any issue if they turn around and say, well, we're going to use capital for operating now? It strikes me as, if you're saying, if the region's given them money for capital, to me it should go to capital. That's all. I don't see, because that's what happened at the last Conservation Authority meeting that I was at. They simply said, oh, we're going to change the capital to operating, and I questioned it, but that's why I'm asking the question now. Is we're one of the main funders of that particular Conservation Authority. I don't see why they should just.
Neil, please let her finish.
Kind of clarification, Mr. Chair.
No,
not anything to do with the special.
Councillor Neal, she was in the middle of responding, and you let her finish, please. Ms. Taylor.
Just to be clear, for the special levy, we only pay it out when they send us the proof of documentation. For their normal grant, once it's approved by council, we pay that out to them. We may do it in a couple of installments. I'd have to verify that, but we do pay out their approved budget request for their normal activities. I would have to suggest to you that I don't believe that we go back and audit how they've used that grant request, but we certainly could. If you'd like, if you want to send me an email of the question, I can certainly send you something more official back.
Okay, sure. Happy to do that. Okay. Thank you.
Is there any other member of council would like to address staff? Hearing none, council.
Councillor Chapman, that bylaw number 23/2020 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Regional Municipality of Durham at their meeting held on 29 day of April 2020 be passed.
Any comments? Hearing none, call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
In opposition? Hearing none, that
Councillor Chapman that bylaw number 23/2020 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Regional Municipality of Durham at their meeting held on 29 day of April 2020 be passed.
Any comments? Hearing none, call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Yes.
Aye.
In opposition? Hearing none, that carries. Last item, number 15, motion to adjourn. It wasn't Councillor Neal. Who was the first person to speak?
Brenner.
Crawford.
Councillor Brenner, and seconded by Councillor Crawford. All those in favor of adjournment?
Aye.
Yes.
Opposed?
Aye.
I am opposed.
Okay, that carries. Members of council, thank you for your participation. We've gone almost 7 solid hours today, so thank you. To staff, thank you for the work you do. Please stay home, stay safe, and I look forward to seeing you all here in the council chambers soon. Have a wonderful day.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The opinions expressed in the following program are those of the participants and do not necessarily reflect those of Rogers nor Rogers TV.